tuangalilie committee of the whole. Good afternoon and welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly proceedings, the afternoon sitting on this 26th day of October, the year 2023. This live broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in collaboration with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Members of the National Assembly this afternoon will be considering a number of motions as lined up in the order of business. The bill by the Honorable Member for Imenti North, Honorable Abdul Dawood, that proceeded to a committee of the whole House. This bill is on the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill number 46 of 2022. This bill proceeded at the Committee of the Whole House on Wednesday, the 25th of October. And this afternoon, there is a motion by the Honorable Member on the report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill number 46, that the House agrees with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration over that particular bill. A question is to be put this afternoon, and this will allow the bill to proceed for third reading. Remember, the bill already, a debate on this bill already took place extensively on the floor of the House and proceeded for a committee of the whole House. It was considered at the committee of the whole House on Wednesday, and this afternoon is set to proceed for third reading. This bill seeks to amend the Public Services and Principles Act to acquire all state organs, or rather to require all state organs in the national and county governments and state corporations to submit annual reports on details of the human resource in constitutional commissions, independent offices, and county public service boards and county assembly service board. The reports should contain details outlining the total number of employees and highlighting their gender, age, county of birth, and county of residence. According to the Honorable Member, is that this will facilitate the public service values and principles that require the public service to reflect Kenya's diverse communities and afford adequate and equal opportunities for appointment of women and men, members of all ethnic groups and persons with disabilities, pursuant to Article 232 of the Constitution. So that is a bill that will proceed for third reading this afternoon. Same is to a bill by the Honorable Member for Nakuru Town East, Honorable David Gikaria. This bill is on the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 59 of 2022. This bill also was considered at the Committee of the Whole House. And there is a motion here that is on the report of the Committee of the Whole House that it agrees with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2023. A question will be put on this bill to allow it to go for the next stage, that is the third reading. So those two bills that were considered at the Committee of the Whole this afternoon are lined up to be read for the third time after being considered at the Committee of the Whole House. The Bill on the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Amendment Bill by the Honorable Member for Mbeere North, Honorable Geoffrey Ruku, is lined up for first reading at the National Assembly this afternoon. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon's sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utasame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, sergeants, can you ring the quorum bell? Okay. Yes. I see the order paper is also.
Well, the lack of quorum at the House, at the commencement of House business, necessitates the quorum bell, of course, to allow the members to be able to get into the chambers. And once the quorum is achieved, then the House will, well, the Sergeant at Arms has indicated that the quorum has been achieved. Kindly allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast.
Honorable members, we now have quorum. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Member Rasotek, the nearest seat. Honorable members, I've got 2 messages. The first message is on the 2023 State of the Nation Address to Parliament by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable members, Standing Order 42.1 relating to messages from the President provides that the Speaker shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House. In this regard, I wish to inform the House that I have received a message from His Excellency the President dated 26 September 2023 conveying that he intends to deliver the 2023 State of the Nation Address to Parliament pursuant to Article 132.1 of the Constitution on Thursday, 9th November 2023. Honorable members, the said Article 132.1 B and C of the Constitution states, and I quote, "The President shall address a special sitting of Parliament once every year and may address Parliament at any other time, and once every year report in an address to the nation on all the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred to in Article 10, publish in the Gazette the details of the measures and progress under subparagraph 1 And 3, submit a report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic. Honorable members, pursuant to the above provisions of the Constitution and Standing Order 22.2 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to notify all members that a joint sitting of Parliament will take place on Thursday, 9th November 2023 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly Main Chamber, Parliament Buildings. I'm aware that the offices of the clerks of the Houses of Parliament have since commenced preparations for the day. I now direct the clerk to ensure the notification of the joint sitting is published in the Kenya Gazette for the information of members and the general public, and that invitations be sent out in good time. Thank you. Members at the bar, take your seats. Take the nearest seat. The nearest seat. Honorable members, the second message is a message from the Senate on the passage of 2 Senate bills and 1 National Assembly bill. Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 41.1 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to report to the House that on Wednesday, 25th October 2023, I received 3 messages from the Senate regarding the passage of the following bills. The Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2023, and the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. Honorable members, the first message relates to the passage of the Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023, published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 77 of 24th May 2023. The said bill seeks to provide for the education of learners with disabilities and the conduct of educational institutions for learners with disabilities. The message conveys that on Tuesday, 12th October, Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2023 with amendments. Honorable members, the second message relates to the passage of the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2023, which was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 44 of 12th April 2023. The bill seeks to provide for the administration structures for the management of the Equalization Fund and to establish an advisory board. The message conveys that on Tuesday, 12th October 2023, the Senate considered and passed the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2023 with amendments. The third message, honorable members, relates to the passage of the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. The bill was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 77 of 24th May 2023. The bill seeks to provide for the additional allocation to county governments for the 2023-24 financial year and the responsibilities of national government and county governments pursuant to such allocation. The message conveys that on Tuesday, 12th October 2023, the Senate considered and passed the county government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023 with amendments. Honorable members, having considered and passed the 2 Senate bills, the Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly on each of the bills, pursuant to Articles 110 and 111 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 46.1 and 116 of the Senate Standing Orders. With respect to the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill 23 of 2023, the Senate now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly on the schedule of amendments pursuant to Articles 112, 1B of the Constitution and Standing Orders 46.1 and 164C of the Senate Standing Orders. Honorable members, I direct that the 2 Senate bills be read a first time in line with Standing Order 143 when the House sits next. After being read a first time, the bills shall stand committed to respective committees as follows. The Learners with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2023 to the Departmental Committee on Education, and the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2023 to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Honorable members, you will recall that on Tuesday, 27 June 2023, This House passed the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, following which I referred it to the Senate for consideration. The House is therefore expected to consider the schedule of Senate's amendments to the bill in the manner contemplated in Standing Order 145 to 147 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. To this end, I hereby refer the schedule of the Senate's amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration. Honorable members, in conclusion, the three committees are expected to table their reports on the bills to guide the House on the next steps to be taken on the bills. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable members, take the nearest seat. I have a petition to convey. Member for Naivasha, take the nearest seat. Thank you. Honorable members, I have a petition to convey to the House regarding the enactment of proposed Geophysical Professionals Bill. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including petitioning the House to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition that, other than those presented by a member. Honorable members, in this regard, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from one Charles Ochola Osango of ID number 6056427 and PO Box 18671, Nairobi, being the chairperson of the Kenya Society for Geophysical Professionals. The petitioner calls for the intervention of this House to enact a legislation to regulate the geophysical profession. The petition avers that the geophysics field plays a crucial role in various sectors, including natural resource exploration, environmental assessment, infrastructure development, and disaster management. That as the increased demand for geophysical services, there is need for a comprehensive legislation framework for the profession to ensure competence, accountability, ethical conduct among the practitioners. Honorable members, the petitioner states that the proposed piece of legislation outlines key provisions, among them establishment of the Institute of Geophysical Professionals as a regulatory body. The petitioner proposes to define geophysical practice, licensing, and registration, as well as professional development needs. The petition avers that the proposed legislation will enhance the quality of services, strengthen consumer protection, and promote Kenya as a world-class tourist destination. Honorable members, the petitioner has presented the proposed legislation he refers to as the Geophysical Profession Bill 2023 alongside the petition. The petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly enacts the proposed Geophysical Profession Bill to address the various gaps in the geophysical space. Honorable members, having established that the matter raised in the petition is well within the authority of this House, and further that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with Standing Order 2272. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Kose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this petition by Charles Ochola on a bill to regulate the practice of geophysics, considering that the Committee on Petitions actually has a lot at hand. I think the best thing would have been for Ochola to approach any of the members of parliament, any of his members of parliament representing him, make a presentation for his bill, and then the bill can come to this house. I would really think that would have been the best way for anybody interested in doing a bill. You can approach any of the honorable members, whether it's your member of parliament or any member, and our drafters can be able to do a bill to regulate the practice of geophysics in this country. Those are my comments, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
They're making it as a petition to the petition committee, which is already overwhelmed with work.
Gikaria?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the petition, Honorable Speaker. I chair a committee on environment, forestry, and mining. And this has become an issue, Honorable Speaker, where we depend on experts away from this country most of the time to be able to give us some information that is very critical. Honorable Pukose will also agree with me. When we were with him in the Energy Committee in the last Parliament, we had the same problem at Turkana on the exploration of the oil. Honorable Speaker, we depended on some people who gave us some, but they were just here and we didn't have people who could be able to give us the quality information of what we needed. So as I rise to support, I also would want to agree with Pukose that maybe the bill could be taken to either a member of parliament or the committee where we are looking at these things, where we need so many people, the experts in geophysical issues that are related to mining. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order. Hold. Didoraso will be the last on that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support that petition by a Kenyan citizen. This is a citizen who is exercising his democratic right and the right to petition Parliament. And I think that is in both our standing orders and in our Constitution. It is also the easiest and the best way for Kenyans to appear before Parliament without necessarily not coming here physically. Whereas it is true, the Committee of Petition may have its hand full, but I think a Kenyan has spoken, and he has spoken from the position of knowledge and authority. When we make laws or craft laws in this House, we want as many Kenyans as possible to suggest to us what are those laws that we have not been able to touch, or areas of profession that there are gaps that individuals feel that the House must express itself about it. So for that reason, whereas you could be having your hands full, I think the ball is squarely in the court of this House to discuss something about it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Robert Mui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this petition. And Mr. Speaker, it is true that almost all professions in this country, the pharmacists and architects, quantity surveyors, are all attempt to have their professions having an act of parliament that guides how they operate, because I think that's a professional way to do it. But Mr. Speaker, I am also of the opinion, similar to some of my colleagues, that for us to have a bill of parliament, then there's two ways, Mr. Speaker. One of them is through a private member, and Mr. Speaker, the other one is through the committees. And the third one, I think, is through the leader of the majority or the minority. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit concerned that this petition, which requires, and I think this is a unique case, which requires a bill to be enacted by this House, and this person has already proposed a bill, brings it as in the form of a petition, so it ends up at the Committee of Petitions that is supposed to be dealing with live matters happening out there, like demolitions and such things. That's what this committee should really be dealing with. So, Mr. Speaker, I tend to feel that this would have been best handled by the relevant committee that deals with this geophysical profession, which I think is a committee to do with the environment and mining and natural resources, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know, this maybe, Mr. Speaker, we may need to look at it a little further to make the right decision, because I don't know whether the chair of the petition committee will come and front this bill in the floor of the House and be the owner of this bill, because eventually it has to have an owner within the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mbui, you know, the petitioner is a private citizen and a lay person. What he has attached to his petition is what he thinks is a bill. It is not necessarily a bill. It's his idea of a bill. And it has come to the House. It will go to the Public Petitions Committee, which in its findings can direct or advise that the majority leader takes up the matter to bring the bill, that the chairman of the Committee of Environment takes up the matter, or any other individual in this House. So let's not be too harsh on members of the public who do not have the expertise you have in legislation. The petition is committed to the Committee on Public Petitions. It's closed. Yes, Ruku. I wanted to close that there.
Just thank you, Mr. Speaker. I offer myself to take up the charge and assist this member of the public by developing this bill, Mr. Speaker, and bringing it to the floor of the House after going through all the committee's stage. I'm going to write to you, with your permission, a letter so that we can start the process immediately, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Ruku, there's a legal maxim that equity does not assist volunteers. You can go to the Public Petitions Committee and offer to take up the challenge. The matter ends there. I'll commit the petition to the Committee on Public Petitions to act within the statutory time of 60 days and bring back the report. Next.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26th October 2023. 1. Supplementary Estimate 1. I want to repeat that. Supplementary Estimate 1 for the financial year 2023-2024 from the National Planning and Economics, National Treasury and Economic Planning, and the following accompanying documents. A. Financial year 2023-2024 Supplementary Estimates Number 1, Program-Based Budget. B. Financial year 2023-2024 Supplementary Estimates Number 1, Recurrent Estimates Volume 1 and 2. C. Financial year 2023-2024 Supplementary Estimates Number 1, Development Estimates Volume 1, 2, and 3. And Memorandum on Financial Year 2023-24 Supplementary Estimates Number 1. 2. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the years ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022, and the certificates therein. Kinyua S.A. Girls High School, Masi Boys High School, Machakos Girls High School. 3. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements on Kenya Seed Company Limited and the subsidiaries for the year ended 30th June 2022, and certificates therein. 4. Reports of the Auditor General of Financial Statements in respect of the following projects for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein. A. East Africa Public Health Laboratory Networking Project Credit World Bank Kenya 4732 Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. Resilient Sustainable Systems for Health Kenya TNT 2067 Subreceipt Ministry of Health. Technical Support Program Financing Agreements number KEFED 2009-021-421, number KEFED 023-733, and number KEFED 037-941, National Treasury. Second, Informal Settlement Improvement Project number P167814, credit number 6759KE, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. Kenya Informal Settlement Improvement Project number P113542, credit number 4873KE, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. Kenya-Italy Debt for Development Program, State Department for Vocational and Technical Training. And G, Coordination of Population Policy Implementation Project, UNFPA, Kenya 09 POP, National Council for Population and Development. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Vice Chairperson, Select Committee on Implementation, Rose Museo.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26th October 2023. Report of the Select Committee on Implementation on the first report on implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26th October 2023. Report on the Select Committee on Implementation on the second report on implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House.
Thank you, Honorable Museo. Chairperson, Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities. Honorable Karani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26 October 2023, report of the Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities on an inquiry into quality of services rendered to the members of the National Assembly by various directorates. I thank you.
Thank you. Leader of the delegation, Honorable Joseph Kahangara, on our Westminster.
Yep.
Go ahead, Honorable Kahangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26 October 2023. Report of the 71st Westminster Seminar on Effective Parliaments held in London, United Kingdom from the 13th to 17th of March 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Is that Tongoyo?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, the Thursday, October 26, 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the report of the National Government Coordination Amendment Bill 2023 and number 25 of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I lay.
Next, Chairperson, Departmental, Honorable Colonel Dido Raso, Vice Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 26 October 2023. Report of the Joint Departmental Committees on Administration and Internal Security, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, and Select Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers. I beg to lay.
Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Honorable Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 26th of October,
Honorable Kimani, hold. I'm told the Honorable Raso did not complete reading the title of the report. For purpose of Hansard, can you repeat, Honorable Raso? Start afresh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, October 26, 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations, and Select Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers on participation in the Mobile Consular Service exercise held in the United States of America from 13 to 24th April 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Kimani, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, the 26th of October, 2023. Report of the Departmental Committees on Finance and National Planning and that of Communication, Information and Innovation on its inquiry into the 100% buyback of Telecom Kenya Limited by Government of Kenya.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Ross Musel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Notice of motion, report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of its first report on implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of the first report on implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. Notice of motion. Report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of the second report on implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Implementation on its consideration of the second report on implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House.
Thank you. Chairperson, Select Committee on Members' Services and Facilities. Honorable Karani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to give a notice of motion.
I beg to give notice of the following motion. Then read as it is. You are not ready?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities on its inquiry into quality of services rendered to the members of the National Assembly by various directorates raised on the table of the House on Thursday, the 26th October, 2023. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next, Vice Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Dido Russell. Give the mic to Honorable Russell. There you are.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Participation in the Mobile Consular Service exercise held in the United States of America from 13th to 24th April 2023. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the joint delegation from the National Assembly Committees on Administration and Internal Security, Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations, and Select Committee on Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers on their participation in the Mobile Consular Service exercise held in the United States of America from 13 to 24th April 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Clerk, can you switch off the mic of Honorable Museu? It has a problem. Next, Honorable Kuria Kimani, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Joint Departmental Committees on Finance and National Planning, and that was Communication, Information, Innovation on its inquiry into the 100% buyback of Telcom Kenya Limited by Government of Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Kimani. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Changamwe. Honorable Omar Mwinyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44, Section 2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor regarding unfair treatment of employees of Ashton Apparel, EPZ, and Mombasa Apparel EPZ Limited in Mombasa County. Honorable Speaker, Article 41 of the Constitution entitles every person to the right to fair labor practices, which include fair remuneration, reasonable working conditions, formation, joining or participating in the activities of a trade union, and going on strike. The rights are also expounded in the Employment Act 2007, which expressly provides that the rights apply to both permanent and pensionable and contract employees. Honorable Speaker, in what appears to be blatant negation of Article 41 of the Constitution and the provisions of the Employment Act, Ashton Apparel EPZ Limited and Mombasa Apparel EPZ Limited, both owned by the same owner, by one owner I mean, has been in the limelight in the recent past for incidences of unfair treatment of over 4,000 employees. The injustices include denial of leave days and sick-offs, sexual advances and harassment in exchange for preferential treatment or otherwise, unexplained deductions of dues, unlawful contract terms, prohibition of joining trade unions, and unlawful termination of employment or dismissal. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor on the matter. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the Chairperson should, 1, provide a report on the extent of compliance by Ashton Apparel EPZ Limited and Mombasa Apparel EPZ Limited with the provisions of Article 41 of the Constitution and the Employment Act regarding the company's treatment of employees. 2, state the supervisory measures and actions taken to ensure that the above-mentioned employers, their agents, trustees, and/or assignees fully comply with the provisions of Article 41 of the Constitution and the Employment Act on Fair Labor Relations. Number 3, explain the reasons why the named companies have been unlawfully compelling employees to take up one-month contracts contrary to Section 9(1) that stipulates contract service to be a period of, or a number of working days which amount in the aggregate to the equivalent of 3 months or more. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, explain whether the two companies followed due process in terminating service for affected employees as spelled out in Section 46 of the Employment Act, and if not, could the unlawful termination of employment be immediately reversed? Number 5, Mr. Speaker, the Chairperson is also supposed to state whether all terminated employees have been paid gratuity for the number of years served prior to the takeover by the new management? And if not, when will the dues be settled? Mr. Speaker, before I sit, I beseech you, due to the wisdom that you have, that you possess, that you are known for, and generosity, to allow a few members of this honorable House to ventilate on this matter, because it is a matter of national importance, of course, and national concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I submit.
Omar Mwinyi, statements are statements. The best I can do for you is direct the chairperson responsible for social welfare. Is it Karemba? Is it Labor? Labor, that's Karemba. Direct majority leader, you instruct the chairperson to bring a response to that statement in 2 weeks. Omar Mwinyi, that is the best I can do for you. Thank you for your generous description of me, but that notwithstanding, we must follow the rules.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, those are your qualities, and I'm proud to give you those credentials because you deserve. Otherwise, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I oblige.
Thank you, thank you. Next, David Kiplagat. Member for Soy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request for a statement regarding the implementation, the impending sale of Uchumi Langata IPA land LR number 209/12593 under insolvency petition 25 of 2018. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Department Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the impending sale of Uchumi Langata IPA LR number 209/12593 under insolvency petition 25 of 2018 by the UBA Bank. Honorable Speaker, Uchumi Supermarket Limited is a public limited liability company in Kenya that was placed under receivership in 2006 after 30 years of operation in the country. The company closed down its operation due to financial woes, and from 2020, it has been operating under the company voluntary arrangement, that is the CVA. The arrangement allowed restructuring of its debts so as to be paid over a period of 6 to 10 years. Honorable Speaker, whereas the agreed CVA was to be financed with proceeds of the sale of Kasarani Mall property, Uchumi has been unable to sell the said property due to disputes. The company has revised the CVA approved with creditors on 31st August 2023 to allow settlement of the creditors' debts in 2 lump sum payments with proceeds from the sale of 2 separate parcels of the Kasarani Mall properties, namely LR 5875/2 and LR 23393. Honorable Speaker, following the company's inability to implement the revised CVA, Uberbank filed insolvency petition 25 of 2018 seeking leave to sell the Langata property, LR number 209/12593, charged under its name, in order to recover its principal loan amounting to Kenya shillings 165,502,101, including the interest. In 2017, the National Treasury loaned Uchumi Kenya shillings 1.2 billion and charged it on the same property, that is the Langata land. Uchumi charged on the same property. Uchumi appealed to the National Treasury and economic planning to support its defense against the imminent sale has been met with a cold response. Honorable Speaker, if the UPA Bank is allowed to sell the property at depressed valuation, government risks the loss of its secured asset, which stood at Kenya shillings 1.48 billion in 2016. Yet the bank's interest in the property is Kenya shillings 161,502,101. The sale will jeopardize the company's chance to implement the revised CVA, and other creditors will lose their dues. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1, explain the circumstances under which the National Treasury and the National Planning has been reluctant to be enjoined in the Uchumi defense against the impending sale of its Langata property, LR number 209/12593, under the insolvency petition 25 of 2018. Yet the ministry is the custodian of the government's stake in the Uchumi, its assets and property. And 2, explain plans the government has in place in order to rescue Uchumi Langata property from being auctioned at a loss in order to safeguard public interest for posterity, as well as protection of other vulnerable and unsecured creditors from the imminent loss. Thank you, Your Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable DK. Honorable Member for Cases, you had asked me if you can speak to this. I will not allow you. I'll follow the same precedent I set on Omar Mwinyi. Statements are statements and they end there. I direct Majority Leader is the chair. Does this fall under finance? Kimani? Yes. You are the chair. You bring us response to that statement in 2 weeks.
Sure.
Thank you. Next order. Sorry, we go to Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the statement, our Thursday statement, on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 24th October 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, allow me to commend the leadership of the House, including chairpersons of committees, and all members for the dedication and diligence exhibited so far during this part of the session. Honorable Speaker, the participation of members and committees has seen the consideration and conclusion of a number of key items of business in the House. Members will note that in accordance with the calendar of the House, for the second session, regular session, the House will adjourn for the short recess commencing tomorrow, Friday, 27th October 2023. The House will resume on Tuesday, 7th November 2023 at 2:30. This time, I hope members will go to their constituencies and stay there and pray together with those that are doing the KCPE examinations. We should not be seeing them loitering. Sorry, sir, that's time. But they should go to their constituency and join their families. Honorable Speaker, upon resumption, the House is expected to consider the following business, some of which is listed in today's order paper. 1, second reading of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, the Amendment Bill 2023. Second reading of the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023. Consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund for Taveta, for 12 constituencies in Kakamega County. Report on 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. Honorable Speaker, we shall also have the sessional paper number 1 of 2023 on the Kenya National Population Policy for Sustainable Development, and the report of the Kenya delegation to the 4th General Assembly of the East African Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition. We also have the report on the inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community Region. We shall also have report on the loans contracted by the national government between May 2023 and April 2023. Next will be the reports of the Auditor General 23 non-compliant state corporations, report on the proceedings of the second ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament, PAP, and report on the proceedings of the 2023 United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. Honorable Speaker, notably, the House awaits to report on various items, and I urge the committees to use the short recess to expedite any pending business. These include reports on bills, treaties, approval hearings, inquiries, and responses to statements for onward processing by the House. It is worth noting, Honorable Speaker, that the ongoing approval hearings include the consideration of a nominee for the appointment of a member to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund and nominees for appointment as ambassadors, high commissioners, and permanent representatives to various foreign missions. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5, and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, who was scheduled to appear before the House yesterday, Wednesday, 25th October 2023, will now appear on Wednesday, 8th November 2023. So the Cabinet Secretary will be here to answer our questions, and these questions are the following. Those members that have questions to the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior, please note your question so that you are here during that time. Question by private notice number 012-2023 by the member for Mathioya constituency, the Honorable Dr. Edwin Mugo, MP, regarding the disappearance of Ms. Esther Ruguru, a resident of Mathioya constituency. 2, question by private notice number 013-2023 by the member for the Nakuru Town East constituency, the Honorable David Gikaria, who is currently in his place, regarding the death of Amaina Yasmin Njoki at Mbaruk Center in Gilgil constituency. Question by private notice number 14-2023 by the member for Kinango constituency, the Honorable Gonzi Rai. I don't know whether he's at his place. The Honorable Gonzi Rai, regarding the status of investigations into the death of Nyaengala Chamtu Amaina. Question by private notice number 015-2023 by the member for Nyakach constituency, the Honorable Aduma Owor, MP, regarding the insecurity situation in Sondu within Nyakach constituency. Question by private notice number 1016-2023 by the member for Lamu County, the Honorable Monica Mudhoni Marubu. She's not in her place. Regarding the frequent attacks in Widho, Salama, Juhudi, Ziwalata, Bobo, and Roka within Lamu County. Question by private notice number 017-2023 by the member for Mwingi. I can't see him at his place. Mwingi Central, the Honorable Gideon Mulyungi, MP, regarding the apprehension of suspected armed bandits terrorizing the residents of Ukasi and Waita area within Mwingi West constituency. Question number 143-2023 by the member for Kandui constituency, the Honorable John Makali, MP, regarding the accessibility of registration services within Bungoma County. Question number 197-2023 by the member for Mombasa County, the Honorable Zamzam. I can't see her at her place. Zamzam Mohammed, MP, regarding the dismantling of juvenile criminal gangs operating within Kisauni, Likoni, and Old Town in Mombasa County. Question number 198-2023 by the member for Mwingi North constituency, the Honorable Paul Nzengu, regarding the status of investigation into the death of Mr. Muo Mudhengi. Question number 201-2023 by the member for Kitutu Masaba constituency, the Honorable Giseiro Clive Ombane, MP, regarding the status of investigations into the gruesome murder of a Mr. Edward Morema Nyangechi and Mama Grace Morema. Question number 203-2023 by the member for Ndiwa constituency, the Honorable Martin Peters Owino, MP regarding the subdivision of the constituency into 3 operational and adequately staffed administrative sub-counties and corresponding divisions. Question number 264, 2023, by the member for Kinangop constituency, the Honorable Kwenya Thuku, MP, regarding the various status of investigations to the death of a watchman in the various schools by gangs in Kinangop constituency. Question number 265, 2023, by the member for Kitutu Churches South, the Honorable Anthony Kibagedi, MP, regarding the measures by the ministry to address the widespread abuse of drugs and banned substances in the country. Question number 265, 266, 2023, by the member for Endebess constituency, the Honorable Dr. Robert Pokose, who is firmly in his place, always present, MP, regarding the status of the investigations to the death of PC Emmanuel Kiprop from Endebess constituency, who was killed by a mob in Kathanje Market of Tharaka Nithi County. Question number 270 of 2023, by the member for West Pokot County, the Honorable Rael Kasiwai, MP, regarding the efforts by the ministry to address the conflicts on boundaries within West Pokot County. Question number 344, 2023, by the member for Wajir West constituency, the Honorable Yusuf Mohammed, MP, regarding the status of investigations to the death of 2 minors, namely Abdisalan Hussein Isaac and Munazil Ado on 4th May and 4th June 2023. Question number 345, 2023, by the member for Kisumu West constituency, the Honorable Rosa Buyu, MP. I cannot see her at her place. MP, regarding the status of investigations to the death of a minor by the name Marion Atieno on 3rd June 2023. Question number 389, 2023, by the member for Gilgil constituency, the Honorable Martha Wangari, MP, regarding the changes made to the National Police Service Medical Insurance Scheme. And question on number 454, 2023, by the member for Lamu East constituency, the Honorable Captain Ruwaida Obo, MP, regarding the apprehending of Al-Shabaab militants in Lamu County. Honorable Speaker, as stated in your message, His Excellency the President is scheduled to address the House of Parliament during the annual State of the Nation address on Thursday, 9th November 2023, in fulfillment of the provisions of Article 132, 1 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 7th November 2023, to schedule business for the rest of the week. On behalf of the House Business Committee, I take this opportunity to wish members a fruitful working recess as they discharge their parliamentary and constituency obligations. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader, honorable members, before we go to the next issue, you recall yesterday I directed the stepping down of the Kenya Drugs Authority bill and gave several directions on how to handle it. I want to add that the committee, in bringing together all members with proposed amendments, must work and make sure that by the time we resume from the short recess, that is the 7th of November, you will be through with the process, and I direct that the bill be on the order paper of the 7th of November, and the Office of the Clerk is further directed to facilitate the members under the Committee of Health to have expedited meetings. Members with amendments to that bill, please note that you have next week to deal with your issues with the committee under the chairmanship of the Vice Chair, but with the participation, active participation of the Chair of the committee. Thank you. Next, allow me to recognize Kiragu Secondary School from Mwea in Kirinyaga. The member for Mwea has asked me to give her 1 minute to welcome her school. Honorable Maingi, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this chance to welcome Kandongu Secondary School from Mwea to this house. I want to encourage the students to aspire to return to this honorable house someday when they're members of parliament. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to also take this chance to wish all the candidates of Mwea constituency success in their examinations, and indeed all the candidates of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022.
Move Chairperson, Honorable Dawood.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Dr. Robert Pokose to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole on its consideration of the public. Is it the public service? Yes. Yes, okay. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022 be now read a third time, and I also request Honorable Dr. Pokose to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to second the Public Service Amendment Bill of 2022, and I want to thank the members for supporting this bill that is now come to this stage. Madam Speaker, I also want to wish members enjoyable short recess, and want to wish my constituents of Endebess who are sitting for the exams success in both their KCB, KCSE, and the other KSS. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, be now read a third time. It's the mood of the House that I should put the question. Honorable members,
I have confirmed that the House is properly constituted for the purpose of making this decision. I therefore put the question, which is that the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Service Values and Principles Act and to provide for connected purposes. Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Construction Amendment. I take that again, Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, and its approval thereof without amendments. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Wachira Karani to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, I put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover of the bill.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 59 of 2022, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Wachira Karani to second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, be now read a third time. Honorable members, I have confirmed that we have the requisite quorum in the House for the purpose of making this decision. I therefore put the question, which is that the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the National Construction Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Amendment number 2 bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023, second reading.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill 2023, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023 be read for the second time. Honorable Speaker, this is a bill that is co-sponsored by the Leader of Minority, the Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, MGH, and the Leader of Majority, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, MGH. And I wish to commend the Select Committee of the National Government Constituency Development Fund on the work it has done. I will now give a brief highlight, Honorable Speaker, of the proposed amendments. Honorable Speaker, as you know, this is a very crucial bill, especially for members of the National Assembly here. And you know that we cannot say much about what national government Constituency Development Fund has done. It's done tremendous good things for this country. And therefore, this is one of those pieces of legislation that is transformative. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to state that this bill seeks to amend various provisions in the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 that have been challenged in court and attracted adverse opinion, and thus seeks to ensure compliance with the Constitution of Kenya, and specifically in relation to separation of functions. Honorable Speaker, the Supreme Court of Kenya judgment held that the NGCDF Act 2013 violated the vertical division of powers between the national government and the county government. Honorable Speaker, currently there is an ongoing petition in courts challenging the constitutionality of NGCDF Act 2015, citing that the act violates the principles of separation of powers, and that the act violates the division of functions between the national government and the county government, and that the act was passed without involving the Senate and the Commission on Revenue Allocation. Honorable Speaker, the petition at court also states that the act violates the basic structure of the Constitution, rule of law, distinctiveness of the levels of government. And lastly, the petition also has something that says that the act violates the principles of public finance. However, Honorable Speaker, it's good to note that the Chief Justice is yet to constitute a bench to consider the petition. The matter will be mentioned, we are informed that the matter will be mentioned on the 30th of November 2023 to confirm whether the bench will have been constituted by then. Therefore, this bill comes in a good time such that by the time the bench is constituted, allegations of unconstitutionality of the CDF Act 2015 will be moot. The concerns raised in the petition having been addressed through this amendment. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks actually to address the issues that are being raised in the petition that is before the Court of Law, the issues of constitutionality and all that. As we debate and pass this bill, we will be addressing the issues of constitutionality as raised in the petition. Honorable Speaker, the bill has 14 clauses. It's a small bill, Honorable Speaker, and you can pick it from the table office and go through it and understand. And I think the memorandum is very self-explanatory, and the issues being canvassed here are very easy to understand. So I request honorable members to pick a copy of the bill from the House, from the table office. Honorable Speaker, in the 14 clauses, the amendments can be generally classified as aligning the Act to funding of projects falling under the exclusive functions of the national government, as set out in the 4th schedule of the Constitution. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the amendments seek to separate powers between the two levels of government, that is, the national government and the county governments. Honorable Speaker, Clause 2 of the bill provides for the amendment of Section 3H of the Act to provide that the objects of the fund shall be to facilitate the National Assembly to exercise its oversight role. That the National Assembly in CDF now will just be oversight role. That is what that clause tries to do. Of exclusive national government projects and supplement for infrastructure development of projects falling under the exclusive functions of the national government at the constituency level as provided for in the Constitution. This ensures that the fund shall only fund projects falling under the exclusive functions of the national government at the constituency level as set out in the 4th schedule of the Constitution. This is just to neaten up this area, to just emphasize that national governments or Constituency Development Fund will only fund those functions that are in the purview of the national government as provided for in Schedule 4 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, Clause 3 provides for the deletion of Section 4(3) to cater for situations where collected government revenue is lower than the preceding year and which may necessitate lower allocation to the fund than the previous financial year. Honorable Speaker, in the 4th clause, The bill provides for the amendment of Section 15 of the Act to empower the Public Service Commission to make recommendations to the Cabinet Secretary on the persons to be appointed as members of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board. Usually, in the past, the Public Service Commission has not been involved in identifying and ensuring that we have a placement of board members. But in this, when we do the amendment of Section 15, then the Public Service Commission will have a say on who is appointed to the board. Honorable Speaker, Clause 5 of the bill provides for the repealing of Section 19 and substituting it with elaborate provisions that incorporate the public service recruitment process of board members as envisioned under Article 234 of the Constitution, that appointment of members of the board should be competitive. So we are allowing this amendment to provide for the issues as provided in the Constitution, that we don't just pick people, but there is competitive and follows the values and principles of public service. And therefore, this article, this section 19, does that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Clause 6 of the bill provides for the repeal and replacement of Section 24 of the Act to provide that a project under the Act shall only be in respect of works and services falling within the exclusive functions of the national government under the Constitution. It seeks to remove funding of community-based projects that benefit widespread cross-section inhabitants of a particular area. Honorable Speaker, Clause 7 of the bill provides for the deletion of Section 25(8) and 10 of the Act, which empowers the NGCDF to fund sports activities and environmental activities within the constituencies, provided those activities do not exceed 2% respective of the total allocations to the constituency in every year. The Honorable Speaker, if you go to Clause 8 of the bill, it provides for the amendment of Section 34 by inserting a new paragraph to provide that the total allocation to a constituency shall not be less than the amount allocated to the constituency in the preceding financial year, so that there is gradual graduation of the fund from a lower level, so that each year we cannot allocate lesser than what was allocated in the previous year, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Clause 9 of the bill provides for the amendment of Section 43(2) by increasing the number of male and female members nominated to the constituency committee from 2 to 3. Clause 9B of the bill provides for the amendment of Section 43(6) by providing that the first meeting of the constituency committee shall be convened within 120 days of the holding of a general election. So that 120 days after holding of a general election, then this new CDF committee is constituted and put in place. That is what that clause will do. Now, Clause 9C of the bill provides for the amendment of Section 43(8) by increasing the term of office of a member of the constituency committee from 2 years to 3 years renewable. You know, after 2 years, we usually come back to this house and say we would like to reconstitute our committees, and that this house approves. But now we want to increase that from 2 years to 3 years, so that the contract of the people that you're working with, at least they can work for 3 years, and you'll be able to gauge the output of the committee that you have. Honorable Speaker, Clause 2 of the bill seeks to repeal Section 52 of the Act, which provides that allocation to the fund are supplementary. Clause 11 of the bill seeks to repeal Section 53 of the Act, which establishes the Constituency Oversight Committee, which comprises the member of the National Assembly and 4 other persons appointed by the Member of Parliament in consultation with the stakeholders. Clause 12 of the bill seeks to repeal Section 53A of the Act, which provides for the facilitation of the Constituency Oversight Committee, which is consequential to the repeal of Section 52 of the Act. These amendments seek to align with the principle of public finance management, which calls for the prudent use of public resources through avoiding double allocation of funds in accordance with Article 201 of the Constitution. This will prevent imprudent use of the public resources created by unnecessary and parallel and duplicative offices, bodies, and structures. Honorable Speaker, if you're running CDF, you know that there's a committee where the chairperson of that committee is the member of parliament, the oversight committee. Now, in this new arrangement, it seeks to repeal that section so that there is no duplicative role. As a member of parliament, it is your duty to oversight that committee, that CDF, and you do not have to sit in a committee where you are remunerated or given funding to do your job, for which you already do as a member of parliament. That is the essence of that amendment. But that's what it means. If the oversight committee that is there now is repealed, you will offer oversight as a member of parliament for the CDF as it's supposed to be in your armpit as a member of parliament whose other role is oversight, oversighting government projects. Honorable Speaker, Clause 13 of the bill provides for deletion of Section 54(2) of the Act, which provides that normal government development and allocation shall continue alongside projects funded under the Act. Honorable Speaker, Clause 14 of the bill provides for the consequential amendment to Section 14 of the National Government Coordination Act, number 1 of 2013, to ensure that constituencies are recognized as national government service delivery units. In the present, NGCDF office or setup is seen as separate from the national government offices. But now, in this, NGCDF will now be part of the government service delivery unit, such that if the county commissioner calls for a meeting or the sub-county commissioner calls for a meeting of government officers, then the fund managers and officers of NGCDF are welcome, because now that entity is part of the national government delivery services. It is not separate. It is part of national government, and therefore ensures that you are part of the coordination that is done at the county level or in the national government services. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I note that amendments to the bill as proposed by the committee, which include but are not limited to ensuring that additional funding of educational bursaries, funding of climate change mitigation measures, and funding of recurrent activities, utilities for the constituency, the digital hubs. So there are several amendments in there, especially on which other areas need to be funded that are contained in the amendments that the committee is looking at. Honorable Speaker, I therefore beg to move this very important bill, which will ensure that the importance of national government CDF or CDF continues without issues, especially these many issues that make people go to court. Honorable Speaker, by passing this bill, we are telling the busybodies that always want to take CDF to court, that they want to remove CDF from the history of this country, that this bill will cure that, such that we will not have now other people who are saying CDF is unconstitutional. This is a death nail on the people that always want to subvert the activities of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request that the Honorable Robert Mbui, the eminent deputy leader of the minority party, second. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the acting leader, because the leader of majority was not here when this motion was being moved. A motion that is, sponsored by both the majority leader and the minority leader. So, Madam Speaker, I stand to second on behalf of the minority leader this very, very important bill. Madam Speaker, it's important to first look at the history of CDF, because it has been, it has changed quite a number of times. And this is a fund that was started in 2003. And Madam Speaker, the real intention behind CDF was just to ensure that there's equitable distribution of development resources across the country, so that every far-flung corners of the country and those that are near the center would get some fair amount of money so that they could be able to develop their regions. Madam Speaker, in 2013, the CDF Act was repealed and replaced by the CDF Act of 2013. Madam Speaker, again, In 2015, the CDF Act again was repealed and then replaced by the NGCDF Act of 2015. And the reason behind these changes, Madam Speaker, is that one, there has been major changes in the landscape of the country, you know, in terms of developmental needs, in terms of understanding how the program works, and how the fund could be improved so that it could be able to serve citizens even better. Madam Speaker, also we've faced a challenge by people that have constantly gone to court to challenge this fund. And Madam Speaker, again, there's also been the new constitution of 2010. Currently, I would call it an old constitution because it's like 13 years old. But 2010 constitution also, when it came, we also had to make sure that we align the CDF Act with the constitution so that we are not against the supreme law. So, Madam Speaker, these changes have taken place over the years, and now we are still again trying to make further changes so that we can make it even better. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that changes are not necessarily bad, and every time you must also adapt to the circumstances and the situations where you are. Madam Speaker, historically, the fund of CDF has been one of the most successful funds this country has ever had. In fact, it has been a game changer. Madam Speaker, there are places when CDF started, there were absolutely no schools. And CDF put up schools. Madam Speaker, there were chiefs that had no offices. CDF put up those chiefs' offices. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that even when CDF started, because at that time, it was even dealing with issues to do with dispensaries and healthcare. Madam Speaker, there are so many dispensaries that were put up under CDF that if they were not put up then, even the county governments today would probably never have reached that level. So, Madam Speaker, this is a game changer. And, Madam Speaker, the most interesting thing to note is that CDF does not have a lot of money. Financially, every year, it's just about 100 million per constituency. But if you look at what CDF has done in all our constituencies, within the counties, you will be shocked. You can hardly compare what has been done by CDF, compared between CDF and the counties. It is incredible. I do not know what magic that CDF committees do, because, Madam Speaker, we as members of parliament are not part of CDF. In fact, one of the reasons that people have keep going to is because they believe that members of parliament are the ones that control CDF. Madam Speaker, members of parliament are far removed from CDF. And Madam Speaker, you will notice this, that one of those things that we have changed so that we make sure that members of parliament are not involved is to ensure that we remove the oversight committee, which was chaired by a member of parliament, which was part of what was going to oversee what was happening in CDF. Madam Speaker, that makes sure that members of parliament are no longer directly involved. But you know, Madam Speaker, one of the responsibilities of MPs is to oversight. So even without that committee, members can go and look at what is being done and make sure that there's prudent use of those resources in their regions before they can actually do that work at the national level. So, Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to amend various provisions of the NGCDF Act of 2015, which has been challenged in court, and to ensure that we align it with the Constitution. And, Madam Speaker, also to ensure that there is no conflict at all between the national government projects and the county government projects. So, one of the proposals is to ensure that this fund is for the exclusive use in national government projects, as spelled out in Schedule 4 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. That is to make sure that whatever this fund can be used to do does not in any way conflict with what the governors and the county governments are doing, so that there's no duplication. You don't put money in a project and the county is also doing the same project. That has made sure that there is complete separation, so that that problem, which has ended up many times in court, is averted. Madam Speaker, there is also other amendments that have been very critical and important. One of which, Madam Speaker, is to deal with the current situation of climate change. Madam Speaker, we were allocating money for environment. And you know that when you call it environment, it's just basically very limited. So, Madam Speaker, we are now looking at it from this perspective, that the world is changing, the climate is changing. What we called short rains long time ago, and the predictability of the short rains, the long rains, is no longer what it was. Those days we knew that when schools are closing at a certain time, there will be rains. Nowadays, you cannot even prepare. Madam Speaker, we were assuming there would be an El Nino. In fact, the Met Department have been having a problem. They say there will be El Nino, tomorrow they withdraw and say, no, it looks like there's a change. So, Madam Speaker, there is a real issue that we need to deal with, which is the issue of climate change. And so this fund will be able to help the national government in dealing with that matter. Madam Speaker, as currently constituted, the NGCDF Act of 2015 does not allow any use of, that fund cannot be used for any recurrent expenditure. But Madam Speaker, in support of the national government program of making sure that we send ICT hubs in all the regions in the country and to ensure that there's connectivity, Madam Speaker, one of the requirements for these ICT hubs to work is electricity. And Madam Speaker, you cannot give a project of that nature and leave it hanging because it has been done in the past. We tried the ICT hubs. And those of us who constructed them and equipped them, they failed simply because there was no way that the recurrent cost of running them could have been met because there was no money being generated. So now the fund is allowing the use of at least part of that administrative money to be able to deal with the electricity cost that is incurred by those ICT hubs across the country, so that we can ensure that our people are connected and they are able to use this system for their own benefit. Madam Speaker, there is an introduction of an amendment to Section 34 that adds the following new paragraph, that an amount that we are making sure that an amount that ensures that the total allocation to a constituency is not less than the amount allocated to the constituency in the preceding year. Madam Speaker, this has been brought about by the fact that this fund has always been pegged on a percentage. But Madam Speaker, there is possibility that the government revenues could fall. And Madam Speaker, it would be very painful if they were to fall and projects that were already funded and that were requiring to go to phase 2 are unable to be implemented. So Madam Speaker, that is why we have ensured that the monies that are received under CDF, NGCDF of 2023 will not reduce below that amount. Because you all know the cost of inflation. We all know that even those people that work under that department have to be paid, and salaries cannot go down, they have to keep going up. So Madam Speaker, that has been proposed so that we can be able to ensure that the fund does not reduce, but is maintained at a certain level and can only go up. Madam Speaker, finally, there is a recruitment of the board. And Madam Speaker, we are proposing, and the proposal is that there be competitive recruitment, because whenever the government is recruiting for any of the boards, and NGCDF board being one of them, it is important that the Public Service Commission be involved. So, Madam Speaker, what we are doing is to make sure that this recruitment for the board is competitive and that those that qualify are actually vetted and presented by the Public Service Commission, so that basically the jobs are not by hand-picking of specific individuals, and so that everyone can know that this is really a fund that is for the purposes of ensuring that there is equity, there is fair distribution of resources, and every corner of this country can be able to develop and can be able to achieve their objectives. So, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 13 of 2023 be read a second time. What's your point of order, Honorable Kimani?
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 97, I beg to move that the debate on this very important motion be reduced from 10 minutes to 5 minutes, so that we can allow as many members as possible to talk about this matter of national importance, like the National Constituency Development Fund. And I beg to ask Honorable Lynette Chepkoril to say.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance also to contribute or to support. Because of the demands of members that they want to contribute, I therefore support. I therefore second, sorry.
Honorable members, I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 97, debate on this motion be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes for each member speaking. Can I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to Standing Order 97, debate on this motion be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes for each member speaking. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. What's your, okay, Honorable Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me begin by thanking the Deputy Leader of Minority and the Deputy Leader of Majority and Deputy Leader of Minority for moving and seconding this bill on my behalf and on behalf of the Leader of Minority. And as was stated, Honorable Speaker, this is a co-sponsored bill between myself and the Leader of Minority, and the consequence of work that was done by a committee of this House, an ad hoc committee that was formed, to first look into the issues that had been raised by the court and which the Deputy Leader of Minority, the Honorable Owen Baya, has clearly articulated in terms of what the Supreme Court found to be inconsistent with the Constitution in terms of the NGCDF 2015 Act, especially on the question of the principles of separation of powers and the division of functions between the national and county governments. And, Honorable Speaker, there are also new and emerging issues like climate change that under the old Act of 2015, the Act as it were then would not be able to address. And of course, as was mentioned, also issues to do with the ICT digital hubs and the issue of allowing the fund, the NGCDF fund, to cater for a certain amount of recurrent expenditure in the running of ICT digital hubs. And of course, Honorable Speaker, I was about to say Your Excellency, Honorable Speaker, but maybe I am dreaming of good things for you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the ICT hubs that His Excellency the President has purpose to be established in every ward, every of our 1,450 electoral wards, are ICT hubs that will revolutionize how we perceive the creation of jobs, that you do not necessarily need foreign investors to come and invest in your own localities for you to be able to create jobs. You do not need industries, very huge industries, that even with building, holding, or facilitating an ICT innovation hub, you can create jobs to hundreds of people within that ward by enabling them to be able to access the digital world and be able to work online and digitally, working for companies that are outside this country or even outside their areas of settlement. It will be possible, Honorable Speaker, and tomorrow, by sheer coincidence, I'll be launching the ICT hub in Kikuyu constituency at the Nachu TVET. Honorable Speaker, it will be possible now for a young man or a young lady in Nachu ward, which in my constituency is among the most marginalized places in Kiambu County and indeed part of the semi-arid and arid areas of our country, that young men and women in that arid and semi-arid part of Kikuyu constituency in Kiambu will be able to work for corporations like Google, like Facebook, like Amazon, and many others anywhere in the world, just from the comfort of a TVET center in Kikuyu. And that will be the case, Honorable Speaker, for a young man or a young lady in Mandera County, where within a TVET institution or within an ICT hub anywhere within the county of Mandera, young men and women who would have looked up to other job opportunities where industries are being established in their localities will now be able to work from the comfort of their own counties, work for international companies, work for local companies. Honorable Speaker, and you remember with the coming of COVID in 2020, a lot of things changed in the labor market. Before the 2020 COVID, Honorable Speaker, you remember everybody believed that for you to work, you have to be working from some office space somewhere. And indeed, COVID did teach the world a very good lesson that you do not need office space, you do not need to be working from the comfort of an office, that you can comfortably work from the precincts of your house and be able to work either for your companies locally or those outside. Honorable Speaker, with that in mind, and bearing in mind that we are now establishing these ICT hubs across the country, it was important that we enable NGCDF to be able to cater for certain levels of recurrent expenditure, be it water bills, be it electricity bills, be it the internet services that the youth will be using at those centers, or even simple repairs and maintenance of the gadgets and equipment that will be in those ICT hubs. Honorable Speaker, matters to do with climate change are matters that are alive to us. NGCDF has also to be responsive to issues to do with climate change and how we mitigate matters that touch on climate change. And therefore, we'll be able again to incur a little bit of these expense monies that are allocated to NGCDF to deal with issues touching on climate change. Honorable Speaker, in dealing with the challenges that have confronted NGCDF over the years, on the question of separation of powers, on issues on how we align the revenue, vertical division of revenue between the national and county governments, we are now making it very clear, Honorable Speaker, that NGCDF will in no way interfere with the level of financing or revenue that is being divided vertically to our county governments. That NGCDF will get from the national government share of revenue. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, those who have perceived that NGCDF is in a way clawing back on devolution can now have the comfort that the money is going to NGCDF will not in any way affect the money is going to our county governments. And therefore, especially our good governors, Honorable Speaker, and the Council of Governors can rest easy that NGCDF is money that will come from the national government's share of revenue. And this money, Honorable Speaker, will also go strictly to functions under Schedule 4 of our Constitution that are designated to be carried out by the national government. We shall not be involved in issues, Honorable Speaker, as important as they are, issues that touch on functions of the county government. Honorable Speaker, the 2005 Act, the 2015 Act, allowed NGCDF, for instance, to allocate money to sporting activities. Honorable Speaker, with the enactment of this bill, it will now not be possible, since sports under Schedule 4 of our Constitution is designated to our county governments. It will now not be possible for NGCDF to engage in that. But, Honorable Speaker, we have sporting facilities within schools. That does not mean a member cannot get his people during public participation to propose to have sporting facilities within an educational institution, because, Honorable Speaker, again, education is not just the academics and what they do in class, but education in today's world under CBC is all-encompassing, including sporting facilities. But it will not be possible, for instance, now to be able to sponsor sporting tournaments in our communities, or even to work on sports facilities outside of educational institutions, Honorable Speaker. This, as I've said, is pursuant to aligning our NGCDF Act with the challenges that we have faced in the courts, last of all being the petition against the CDF Act of 2005. And as members are aware, there is already a petition that is already before the courts challenging the 2015 Act. And therefore, we are moving ahead of time to address some of the issues that are being raised by those who are against NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to speak to those who sponsor cases in court against NGCDF with the imagination that NGCDF is a fund that is managed, implemented, or that belongs to members of parliament. Members of parliament, and this amendment bill is making it clear, are simply playing their oversight and representative role in matters to do with NGCDF. That this bill now is making it very clear that a member of parliament has absolutely no role in the implementation of NGCDF projects or in fact in the implementation of any national government project. Our singular role in NGCDF and other national government projects is to offer meaningful oversight to ensure that there is value for money and projects are delivered in a timely and effective manner and for the benefit of the people that we represent, because our second role, constitutional role or mandate, is to ensure that we represent our people. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, for those that have been challenging NGCDF on the basis of their fights with their members of parliament, Honorable Speaker, may it be clear to them now that this bill is now making sure that no member of parliament, even the oversight committee where members of parliament could be members.
Allow him to finish his sentence.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying even under the NGCDF Act of 2015, we had an oversight committee under the NGCDF Act where a member of parliament could be a member or could designate members of the public to sit in that oversight committee. Now it will not be possible for a member of parliament to even sit in that oversight committee, Honorable Speaker, so that there is a clear separation of roles between those who are implementing NGCDF projects or national government projects and those who are offering oversight. Because, Honorable Speaker, understandably, there has been that argument in the school of thought that you cannot be the ones allocating money or appropriating money in the National Assembly. Then you have a role in the implementation of the money that you allocated and also oversight the same amount. Now we will have the role to appropriate money to national government projects, including those under NGCDF. We will have no role at all in the implementation phase, so that we can clearly be able to oversight what money that we appropriated to ensure that that money is utilized for the purpose for which it was appropriated, Honorable Speaker. And I want to beg that we all support this bill. It will not just help us to deal with emerging issues like the digital economy and the ICT hubs recurrent expenditures, but also those of climate change, as well as deal with the challenges that have confronted NGCDF with a lot of litigation in our courts, Honorable Speaker. Besides aligning the NGCDF Act of 2015 with our 2010 Constitution and what the Supreme Court said in the petition that was filed against the CDF Act, and part of which has been borrowed by the petitioners who have filed another petition against the NGCDF Act, that now the separation of powers between the national government and the county governments, the separation of powers between the legislature and the executive are quite clear. And I beg that we will all support this bill, and I beg to support, Honorable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitui South, Honourable Rachel Yamai, but you can give me a minute first to recognize a school that is here. I wish to recognize Sitoito Secondary School from Kerusoi North Constituency, Nakuru County, who are seated in the public gallery. The recognition will still remain on the hands of Honorable Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also participate in this very important bill that concerns NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, I also take this opportunity to join you in welcoming those students who have visited the National Assembly and take this opportunity to wish them well in their KCPE examinations and KCSE examinations that are coming in the next few days. And I also take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, before I go to the bill, to wish students from my constituency, Kitui South, well in the upcoming examinations and other students in the country. Honorable Speaker, I support this very important bill, which has been ably moved by the Deputy Leader of Majority, the Honorable Mbaya, and seconded ably by the Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Mbui, and also having listened keenly to the Majority Leader as he spoke about this very important bill that we must work on and make sure that it passes as members of Parliament, so that the the CDF Act, Honorable Speaker, can be aligned to the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I've realized that when people do not like something, they just say that it is unconstitutional. And I think that NGCDF has suffered this fate for far too long, and the amendments that have been proposed by the majority leader and minority leader are going to handle this matter. It is going to be aligned not only to the Constitution, but also to other existing acts of Parliament. It is going also to be aligned to the new order, which has been brought by the new Constitution, where we have funding at the national government and also funding at the county governments, so that it is extremely clear that CDF does not draw any money from the county, that it will be only at the national level and it will draw money from the national level. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to congratulate our leaders and also congratulate the CDF committee for the good work that they have been doing. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that this bill is going to also deal with the removal of members of parliament and also the perception that members of parliament are seen to be part and parcel of CDF, that after this bill is passed, members of parliament are only going to play the oversight role, that members of this board are going to be competitively identified. They must meet the requirements of the Constitution, including Chapter 6, and that anybody will be free to apply. Also, it is going to consider matters women and matters youth, so that everyone feels fully involved. Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill, it is also going to ensure that we are catering for the emerging issues, one of the emerging issues being climate change, which has become a huge topic in this country and which we must be awake to as members of parliament. That now CDF committees will be able to make a decision on how much they are going to spend in dealing with matters of climate change. We have seen a lot of things that never happened in the areas that we represent. We have seen very high amounts of rainfall. We have seen coldness that we never felt. We have seen dryness and heat that we never felt. And Honorable Speaker, this means that members of parliament must rise to the occasion and make sure that this is funded. Honorable Speaker, we have highly talented children in our constituencies and highly talented middle-aged and even aged people who need to expose themselves to the world. Honorable Speaker, undoubtedly, people from the world, various parts of the world, are making lots of money by exposing their talents and sharing what they're able to do to social media and sharing it world over and getting paid not only by this country but also being paid by other revenue sources in the world. So members of parliament now we are able to encourage our people from our constituencies, those who are talented, to go out there and expose their talents. Beyond this, Honorable Speaker, our youth will be able to make use of these digital centers, make application for jobs, Honorable Speaker, and also
the Honorable Member for Eldama Ravine, Honorable Sirma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the leadership of the House for having well thought of bringing up this bill. And it's a bill sponsored by both sides of the House. And Madam Chair, I also want to thank my members of the committee who really traversed this country to be able to do the public participation and attended 24 county forums in the various places or in all provinces in this country. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank members of the public who listened very carefully what the bill was all about. And I want to say categorically, some of the issues we have raised here to remove from the CDF Act the members of public were really opposed to it, but because of the court issue, they were able to accept, and they were requesting for a referendum to air their views and put forward what the interest is in this country, so that those busybodies who have always been going to court can be ashamed, because they are trying to fight what is really basic and what really helps the members of the society. Madam Speaker, this bill on coming into law will address the big issue of the Supreme Court matter, which is now still pending in court, and which is challenging the 2015 Act. And once we have the 2023 Act, it changes that the 2015 Act is mute, and therefore we shall be guaranteed of the amount of money which we are supposed to get. Madam Speaker, the biggest milestones which we have achieved in this is, one, dealing with national government projects and making constituencies the delivery units for all national government projects is a way forward in terms or in the right direction. Madam, we have also the issues of climate change. We have the issue of digital hubs, which we want to do in all the 1,450 wards. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, already we have 2 ICT digital hubs. This bill will bring life into that ICT hub, because we shall be able to pay for the recurrent expenditures which are there. Our young fellows are making money. In my constituency, we have people making between 10,000 and 5,000 shillings a week, translating to 40,000 and 20,000 shillings in a month. Madam Speaker, this is a milestone, and we need to encourage, and we ask the members to really support this initiative of changing our country into a digital compliant country, and having business. You don't need to travel far. You are able to make money where you are. The 14 clauses are have been explained by the majority leader and the deputy minority leader. I don't want to go back to that. I only want to say all this, if we are able to support this economy, if we are able to support what we want to have in terms of environment, you will be able to engage the youth in raising seedlings. You are able to engage youth in terms of the digital hubs, and we shall remove poverty from the villages where we come from. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to support.
The Honourable Member for Wajir North, Honourable Ibrahim Saneh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I today appreciate that NGCDF is duly recognized as the centerpiece for development in this country. It was once an anathema, a curse, that it is a conduit for stealing money by members of parliament. Today, the only visible unit to spur economic growth in this country is the CDF, while devolved funds are really not. What I mean to say, I'm being interrupted, Madam Speaker, by the Chief Whip himself. What I mean to say, the CDF is today getting a plethora of delegated functions, from ICT, environment, CBC. I do appreciate these delegated roles. However, these must come with money. These added roles must come with money. Otherwise, CDF in itself is limited in as far as it is already existing duties are concerned. In as much as I appreciate the Leader of Majority's position, we can't easily accept added roles. We need more funds if we are to accept these inclusions. Thank you for the few remarks, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nairobi County, Esther Prasaris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the NGCDF bill. We have seen this going back and forth in and out of the courts. And I really want to appeal to those who want to always rush to court to stop legislators from doing the work that they have been entrusted to do, from achieving what they have to do as representatives of the people. One cannot write off the benefits of NGCDF, the connection that it has between the legislator and the people. If we didn't have NGCDF, most of our students would still be studying under the trees or on Mabati sheds. It is NGCDF that has managed to put a lot of schools and classrooms out in the urban centers and in the rural centers. NGCDF has also managed to give the police places where they can be able to actually serve the people, because they also have the task of police stations. NGCDF has also built dormitories for our schools. And for me, they've also had other tasks and duties, like for the environment. So I know that the issue of separation of powers has been brought about, but at the end of the day, one has to look at the overall benefit of ensuring that we devolve services to the Mwananchi as far as we can through the leaders that they have elected to serve them. Because when the mother or the father is looking for a school and is denied the access to the school for their children, they don't ask, oh, is it the executive, is it the legislator, is it the judiciary? All they want is services brought to them. And this bill will ensure that we have the separation of powers, but at the same time, we do not kill something that has been so beneficiary to the people of Kenya. We have the Ministry of Education, we have the devolved county governments, but if you look at the number of schools that have been put up in our country, majority of them have been done by the legislators, because they are where the people are and they understand where the needs of the people are. So for that, I really hope that this bill will be entrenched into law and we can no longer have this back and forth, because even when it comes to bursaries, again, the NGCDF has really helped a number of students and families to be able to go to school to complete their education. Now, the only area that I felt that we needed to look into is we focus so much on public schools, and yet we know the majority of schools that we have are community-based schools. Some of the community-based schools are really deplorable. If there was a way that we could also look at the community-based schools that are run on people's private land and make PPPs with these community-based schools, so that we could also ensure that they get upgraded. Because, you know, a child is a child, and the Constitution of Kenya says we should not discriminate. It is really appalling to see some of the schools that our children go to. And the people who run these schools, and the reason why these schools are filled up is because there is a failure for us to provide the number of schools. So while government is improving the public schools and they've run out of land, and there are community schools that are really excelling, I feel that the NGCDF should be in a position to allow some of the funding to actually go and build in partnership the community-based schools, and then Teacher Service Commission to also provide education. Because a child that is born in this country does not understand why, if I cannot be accommodated in a public school, the community school that I'm going to is not having the same services as the one that is public. So I think there should be a way for us to use the public partnership laws and ensure that we also cater for the public schools. We also have a problem with the community schools. We also have a problem with providing sanitary towels to our children in the community schools and the mission schools. So I think all around, whatever laws we do, we should ensure that we leave no one behind. I stand here and I support, and I hope that very soon we will be able to discuss the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, which also needs to be entrenched into law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitutu Masaba, Honourable Clive Gisario.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And as a member of the NGCDF Committee of the House, I stand here to support this amendment bill. Madam Speaker, as we went around this country, we were able to appreciate, as we did our public participation, to appreciate the importance of NGCDF, what it has done to our people, the lives it has changed, and what the people expect of it. This bill is to protect NGCDF from the many busybodies who are forever in courts trying to fight this very progressive fund. The NGCDF is what's giving the poor majority of this nation a lifeline in terms of education and giving them quality infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the amendments are timely, that we are going to remove any issues that were raised by the courts, the elements of sports, which the courts were said is a devolved function. This now gives the counties and the county leadership a chance to showcase their abilities in terms of developing skills without pointing a finger towards the NGCDF. Issues to do with environment, we now move NGCDF to look into climate mitigation, which is a global phenomenon. The challenges that are faced globally, we are going to put more resources through NGCDF for our committees to see how best to address these issues in constituency levels. Madam Speaker, NGCDF is the only fund that can be seen to work at the grassroots levels. In my own constituencies, children are now able to see quality classrooms. Some have never seen a classroom with tiles, classroom with ceiling boards. But now through NGCDF, this is achieved. Infrastructure does not only include classrooms. We are even able, through NGCDF committees, to have sports fields in schools leveled and made to be of standard that allows to build talent for our children. Because while we build classrooms, we are supporting the child who is brainy, who is talented academically. What about the child who is talented in other areas like sports? Through NGCDF, the fields are able to be done. Sports arenas within the school can be upgraded to ensure that the child builds their talents. NGCDF must be protected. And we thank this House, the leadership, leader of majority and minority, for having come up with a bill that ensures that the future of NGCDF is protected and our children are going to have a better chance, better infrastructure, and a better environment for them to grow and succeed in their future lives and careers. Madam Speaker, I support this amendment bill, and thank you.
The Honourable Member, nominated Member, Honourable Bishop Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take the floor to support this fund because of the following reasons. Number one, first, you cannot take a right away from the people which they have enjoyed, and it has had some demonstrable effect, positive effect in society, and therefore finding a way in which we can meet the demands raised by the courts in the subsequent rulings in the past would be very important. Number two, Madam Speaker, this fund as it is indicated by the content, is that it minimizes, and it has been witnessed, that it has minimized bureaucratic discrimination in terms of social development, in that more people have been able to access the empowerment, economic empowerment intention by the state. It also adds, by adding the spread and the scope of ownership of the country by the citizen of this country. So I support, Madam Speaker, and this must be done so that we can be able to, as a country, answer to those who are skeptic about this particular fund. I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Ugunja, Minority Leader, Honorable James Wandai.
Madam Speaker, let me also add my voice to this matter of the NGCDF. As you will recall, Madam Speaker, this is an amendment bill that I have co-sponsored with the Leader of Majority. Therefore, it's a bill that enjoys bipartisan support across the political divides. And for the simple reason that NGCDF is an extremely important fund. The importance of NGCDF cannot be overemphasized. It cannot be gainsaid. And what we are doing simply, in simple terms, through this amendment, is to further align the NGCDF Act with the Constitution. Because that has been the bone of contention in most of the court suits that have ensnared the fund from its inception to date. What we are doing is simply to make the fund to be aligned with the requirements and the dictates of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, everybody will agree with me that NGCDF has been one such fund that has had the greatest possible impact on the lives of the ordinary citizen. As a matter of fact, it is the pioneer devolved fund. And if there's anything we can do as a house to protect it from possible sabotage or frustration, we as a house should be able to do so without blinking an eye. Because it's a fund that is meant for the people down there. Many a time I shudder to imagine what would happen if NGCDF were to be removed. What would really happen in the lives of the common person down in the villages? What would really happen? From matters to do with the payment of school fees, to construction of school facilities and infrastructure, to construction and establishment of security installations, including police stations, name it. So I think we shall have done justice to those who elected us, and in fact, even those who did not elect us, if we supported these proposed amendments in totality, so that this fund can continue to flourish. But I've got one rider. You know, there is misconception out there, and that misconception has continued to linger, that members of parliament or members of the National Assembly have got some say in the management of NGCDF. Rather than the legislative work we do here, by way of creating a legislative framework. And then perhaps the appropriation of funds we do. There is no other role that is contemplated by the NGCDF Act for members of parliament. This is one such model of a fund that should be emulated, not only in the East Africa region, but I think in the entire African region. And the entire world. The entire world. The entire world should take cue from the practice in Kenya, insofar as NGCDF is concerned. So without really saying too much, I totally support these proposed amendments, and I urge my colleagues to equally support them so that we can continue to serve our people. And I want to thank the chairman of the NGCDF committee, Honorable Musa Sirma, yes, for doing a good job in that very important committee. I also want to thank the members of the budget committee and their chairman. You know, you could be accused of sabotaging the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, who I was going to mention shortly. You know, the chairman of the budget committee and his team have been very, very, very instrumental in ensuring that monies are appropriated towards NGCDF fund. And I want to thank all other members who have in one way or another supported the entrenchment of the NGCDF fund. But ultimately, we must also thank the NGCDF board under the able chairmanship of Honorable Olago Alwoch, yes, for coming forth whenever we need them to support this fund in the manner they have done in the past. So thank you very much. I support.
Thank you. Can I have the mic? The Honorable Kimani of Molo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to join my colleagues in congratulating the Committee on NGCDF, chaired by the able Honorable Sirma, for the good work they've done and the great input they've done on this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the difference between the life of any Kenyan lies not on the potential they have, but on the quality of the public schools in the country. That the possibility of their success in life, who they can become, is not based on just on their potential, but most importantly on the quality of public education. With the onset of a competence-based curriculum, CBC, in this country, we've seen an influx of parents taking their kids to private schools. We have seen a great increase in how much it costs to educate kids in private schools, which calls, Honorable Speaker, for greater attention to be done in facilitating the movement from what we had the 844 system to this competence-based curriculum, because it needs a lot of infrastructure development. And this is where, Honorable Speaker, this fund comes in. You know, the country was in a panic last year when the court suspended the implementation of NGCDF. And you could tell the cry of parents who rely on bursaries to send their kids to school. You could see the cry of teachers who know when toilets are collapsing in their schools, or they need extra classrooms, or they need laboratories. The one avenue that they're sure if they go and submit a proposal they're going to get funded is NGCDF. So this bill comes at a very timely time to make sure that this is enshrined in our laws and never again challenged in our courts, Honorable Speaker. I'm happy that the bipartisan conversation that is going on at Bomas has also taken up enshrining NGCDF fund in our constitution. A discussion again approved by this House, and I think it's still an ongoing debate, saying that we need to amend the constitution to have NGCDF funds in the constitution to protect them. Honorable Speaker, means that we are also headed in the right direction, Honorable Speaker. I have been on record countless times, Mr. Speaker, saying I would not be the person I am today were it not for bursary funds. That I am a product of bursary through my secondary education, bursary through my university education, and that is what has greatly attributed to who I am today here, Honorable Speaker. We've talked about the new program that is being spearheaded by NGCDF and Ministry of ICT on ensuring we have completed Form 4 computer packages. Most of us immediately after Form 4 we went to do those computer packages. So you're finding probably a 16, 17-year-old interacting then with technology for the first time after they have cleared Form 4. But these particular people, when they get to the market, they're supposed to compete alongside individuals who study in the private schools, who have had access to computers or tablets or ICT technology from when they were probably 4 years or 5 years old. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the competitiveness of these two candidates when they pursue further education or even when they join the market, you find this one in public schools become disadvantaged. But the government program of doing these digital centers, and most importantly, what members, CDFC committees do by allocating money for building and equipping ICT labs in our schools, Honorable Speaker, is going to bridge that digital gap, digital technology gap that exists between these students when they leave those in public schools vis-a-vis those in private schools, Honorable Speaker. The Committee on Finance and National Planning oversights NGCDF in terms of allocating money to them. And we really like to congratulate them for the good work they are doing and the more
Chair, I don't know whether you were done. 1 minute to finalize your point. Just 1 minute, please.
Yes, thank you very much. The proposal that was done jointly by Committee on Education and Committee on Budget and approved by this House to have JSS, the infrastructure funds by Ministry of Education through JSS to come as a counter funding to HCDF, again is a big win towards education equality, Honorable Speaker, in this country. And I really urge honorable members to read through that circular and communicate effectively with your respective committees so that you don't miss out on this counter funding being done by the Ministry of Education, Honorable Speaker. And we've actually, I think this is one of the commitments that His Excellency the President made, that Ministry of Education has no business building classrooms. So that business be done by an institution that has experience in doing them, and NGCDF, which has been proven. They do more quality work at a lower price, and the impact of it is felt by local people by making sure that we make use of local resources and give employment to local people. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chairman. This chance goes to Honorable Deco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to add my voice to this important debate on the NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, as many of the previous members have said, the impact and the importance of this fund cannot be overemphasized. In the last general election, Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to traverse my county, Garissa, as a candidate for governorship. And any of the villages I went for during the campaigns, all the public facilities or infrastructures standing up is a courtesy of the CDF. Any other project or put up by the county government has stalled. Even the projects of devolved funds that were done before the new change in the constitution, that is incoming of county governments, that is dispensaries and health centers, water points are all abandoned. They are not working. They have become, some of them have become homes to donkeys and other domestic animals. So the importance of this fund, in fact, I will say it is the first level of devolution, and how I wish when we are changing the constitution, we'll have used this model to go step by step before fully going into county governments, but strengthening and putting more effort and resources onto NCGDF. The other day when I was launching my bursary scheme for the constituency, I felt the faces, the happiness of those families, of those mothers who could not afford when they heard we are launching a 50 million bursary scheme, fund for the constituency. It is very important for those, what I will call busybodies in courts, trying to sabotage this fund, that they should go to the ground and see for themselves the impact of this fund to those very poor families or those children who need bursaries, who need schools. My example here, Garissa Township before CDF had 3 secondary schools. Garissa Township constituency. Over the last 15 years of 10 years or so of CDF, we have now have 16 public secondary schools in my constituency, courtesy of CDF. You will see the impact or on the ground once you appreciate and once you go to the ground and feel that. So those, in fact, the drafters or the originators of this fund, when they muted in 2002 or 2003, should be honored for coming up with that initiative. This is the best that can happen to our country. Even the national government today feels, the executive feels that this is the best way to go, the best direction to fund their projects. National government projects have also stalled due to lack of supervision, lack of knowing the needs of the people on the ground. So for me, I think this is the best that's happened. And I want to congratulate the majority leader and the team that worked up this document or this bill and brought it to us as members of parliament so that we debate. We totally support this fund, and we want to ask also this house to see whether we can expand, because there are many health facilities, dispensaries, health centers that are no longer functioning, that were there before devolution. If the fund can be opened up and also funds increased and the mandate opened up so that as CDF, the committees on the ground who understand the need of the people, and we, the legislators who understand the needs of those who elected us, and we get more funding for this fund, it will be the way to go. For those few remarks, I want to say thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Sonkuli, if he's in the house.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this important bill. This bill continues to emphasize the fact that of all the funds that have been given for development in Kenya, the one that actually has an impact is the CDF. I don't know why this fund attracts so much jealousy, but it is easy to see that it actually makes the fund itself outshine all the other funds, although it is not it's not significant in terms of the amount. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate anyway, in my opinion, that the members of parliament have to continue playing a lesser role and that we have to pass such a law. And that is the problem of democracy. The people who are actually accountable to the constituency are the members of parliament. But since separation of powers seems to have been interpreted too widely, so that it looks like there is a separation of powers issue, then let it be. Let us restrain the MP from being directly involved. But separation of power, in my opinion, has been abused in this particular regard. Because I don't think that Montesquieu, when he started this thing of separation of power, did not foresee exceptions. There are many, many parts of the Kenyan Constitution where separation of power is not applied. For instance, there has been a time when the Attorney General is a member of Parliament, a member of the executive, and a head of the bar. That time, there was no separation of powers issue. But I'm not trying to campaign for bringing back that system. What we now have to do is to work with what we have and to ensure that we lessen as much as possible the criticism that is heard by members of the public, those who believe that CDF cannot work. Mr. Speaker, I have been a member of Parliament this time round, of course, for 1 year now, and I was a member of Parliament last time for 10 years. And when I was a member of Parliament for 10 years, and I looked at the amount of development I was able to do that time, to perform that time, we raised money using Harambee. And the total amount of money that we raised for those 10 years was 25 million. And with 25 million, people thought we were conducting a lot of development. We raised 200,000 here for a school, 100,000 for another one, barely ever even $1 million for a school. But that was what we did, even when they did not want MPs to participate. We were the ones who were being invited to go for Harambees. And the schools that stood up those days were courtesy of the members of Parliament. Now today, for this 1 year alone, I have seen CDF construct 36 projects within Kilgoris. 2 laboratories, 2 teachers' houses, many classrooms here and there, renovation of classrooms. I mean, these are practical things that are on the ground. For all those 10 years, I never could have reached that level. This is testimony of the good work of CDF. And the members of Parliament must jealously guard this fund. And I'm happy that now we are being made one of the government organizations, one of the government institutions for purpose of delivery of services, so that we, from here in Nairobi, can be able to supervise what our committees are doing, so that they can give people a value for money. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Tuku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak to this bill. And from the onset, I want to congratulate or thank the 2 leaders of the House, both the leader of majority and minority, for coming together in the spirit of national dialogue and bipartisan spirit to come up with such a bill, because they have co-sponsored. Mr. Speaker, as many of the prior speakers have stated, this is a bill that must be protected. This is a bill that must be protected, and actually the content therein. And this is a fund that we must fight for to the last man who will be left standing, because it has transformed lives. Many of our stories are sad stories, and the only difference that was brought into our lives is the establishment of this fund by one Muriuki Karoe, who happens to be my county mate. And Mr. Speaker, every time I see people running to court to fight NGCDF, my heart bleeds. I am one person who ran a full scholarship program for vulnerable children who never have gone to school, were it not for the provision of this fund. And Mr. Speaker, the attempts that we are making as a House to correct the anomalies that could have been there, to the extent that we were perceived to be either being the people who are implementing or running this fund and oversighting at the same time, as much as that be the case, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House that only 1% of the funds that are allocated to the constituencies is under contention. The 1% that is allocated to Constituency Oversight Committee. The rest of the fund has no contention. And therefore, for anybody who runs to court to go and challenge this fund in terms of its administration, is fighting a battle just to make us go back to the dark days where our children would not access education. Mr. Speaker, there is some interesting development, and I hope we as a House, and I wish to bring about an amendment on the issue of, if you go to funding of the projects, there's a narration there, number 4. Notwithstanding the provision of subsection 3, the Constituency Committee may identify a religious body or organization as an appropriate specialized agency for purposes of Section 8 with regard to emergency support. And I think this is shooting ourselves on the foot, because really, which organizations are we going to fund? Which organization, I mean these religious organizations, because from where I come from, churches are the majority. If we allow our CDF to be used for religious activities, then we'll be still going back to the same quagmire that we are in because of our involvement in constituency oversight activities. Again, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, my predecessor, one of my predecessors bought a grader. And from the fund going here, there is number 7 states that projects may include the acquisition of vehicles, machinery, and other equipment for the constituency. We are allowing for the acquisition of machinery, but we do not have funds for recurrent, so that then be able to fuel, be able to employ people to run this machinery. And the reason as to why I'm opposed to some of these recommendations is because they are going to really bring up issues in terms of audit. And I would wish that we allow machinery be bought by county governments, because they're the people who are expected to maintain, if it's our roads and all. Again, Mr. Speaker, I represent a very big constituency. Kinangop is both populous and vast. And this formula that we're using at the moment, because I see it's the same formula that is proposed that we continue using, whereby three quarters of the shareable revenue is equal for all constituencies. This quota is quite insufficient given the sizes of some of our constituencies. And I think we should look at this matter broadly and widely, so that then there is equity, because all that we're asking for this country, in this country, is equity, so that everybody enjoys the share of the revenue that we collect. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Lachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise as a member of the committee to appreciate the chair, the majority leader, and the minority leader for giving us the opportunity to go around the country and ensuring that we look at what Kenyans are saying, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that Kenyans will appreciate wherever we go, that they are able to know that CDF, NGCDF, is one fund that even within the village, Kenyans will talk about. We'll talk about it positively, Mr. Speaker. And if there's anything that this country ever did, was to bring in this fund to assist us to ensure we have schools. You can imagine, Mr. Speaker, when the national government was trying to build classrooms. Today, when you look at those classrooms of the national government, they were built, they were left halfway, finished, but when you walk in some of the schools, I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker, Lavington Girls, they build classrooms and they never put stairs for anyone to go to that classroom. And when you question them, they say there was no money for the stairs. But somebody went up with a ladder and ensured they built the classrooms. And so, for me, I want to appreciate the President that he has allowed us now to ensure that in terms of infrastructure of schools, especially in Nairobi, we are going to sit down, the Ministry of Education will ensure, and we shall use the model of CDF to ensure we have built these 6,000 classrooms that we are talking about in Nairobi, where, Mr. Speaker, we only have roughly 2 or 9 schools across 17 constituencies with a huge population. I have a school in my constituency that has more than 4,000 children. I have a day school that has more than 3,800. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at that, you realize indeed that there is need also for us, as most of my colleagues have said, to look at that equitable share. Mr. Speaker, the other thing we must appreciate with this bill is that the bill now brings in the issue of ensuring that we don't have conflict with the Schedule 4 of the county governments. The bill allows us now to align ourselves with the new constitution, with the functions of the national government, but more importantly, to align ourselves and ensure the judgment that we heard from the courts will be passed. And all I want to plead with anyone who keeps on going to the courts is that either you have another agenda, either you cannot see what CDF has done, and either you are not in support of CBC. That is why you can run to court. But if you are in support of these children, that we must ensure now we entrench ourselves and ensure the infrastructure of CBC can function, then I am hoping those few Kenyans who are some of them are my friends, Mr. Speaker, are not going to do the same mistake they are doing. And also, this is the only fund you can audit. Audit by going to the ground and seeing. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am able to say proudly, I am now doing better Gatina Primary School. I have already done the lab of Muslim Primary School. I have already done, I'm about to start the lab of Nairobi Primary. I'm about to start renovations from Dangari and the chief camps that I never used to have in Dagoretti North. So with those few remarks, I just want to say I am one Kenyan who is very proud today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Thuku says that that much as you have 5 secondary schools, he has 40 secondary schools and 85 primary schools. So you can imagine what he has to go through. The member for Buri.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to join my colleagues in support of the proposed amendment by both the leader of majority and the leader of minority. Mr. Speaker, the story of CDF cannot be repeated because it has spoken by itself. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that has come out very clearly is that the bill now aligns the national government CDF project with the Schedule 4 of the Constitution. This was lacking in the previous bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill proposes a clear separation of powers between the national government and the county government, which was not clearly stipulated before. Mr. Speaker, the activities of the civil society who have not been very friendly to the CDF have now seen that they have no space in trying to maneuver the operations of CDF through the court system. Mr. Speaker, the operations of national government CDF is now being clearly stipulated in the new proposed amendment in the bill, particularly on the selection of committees. Mr. Speaker, I have seen that the new bill proposes expansion of duties of national government CDF, specifically on the matters of ICT, the matters of climate change, the matters of CBC infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee because now it has opened the limitation on the blanket of the bursaries to include primary schools. Mr. Speaker, we have so many children out there whose parents are not able to push their children through the primary school to the secondary school, where previously the CDF would take in. Mr. Speaker, like many of my colleagues have said, we have seen so many poor families get their children through to the education system and become very valuable members of our society. Mr. Speaker, this bill brings in the element of employment through CDF. You know, Mr. Speaker, CDF funds TVET students, polytechnics, both long-term and short-term courses. In my constituency body, Mr. Speaker, through CDF, we have been able to establish what I call a main factory of producing football. Mr. Speaker, we have bought brick-making machines, and, Mr. Speaker, we are now expanding the base for our youth employment. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the bill now allows us to purchase some modular equipment, I think this is a step ahead. I don't agree that there will be problems of recurrent expenditures. What I know, Mr. Speaker, is that the bill has expanded the aspect of administration expense, which is stipulated clearly in the schedule. So, Mr. Speaker, allowing us to purchase some equipment, particularly the machinery, I think is a good step. And I think through CDF, we will be able to create employment, we will be able to create creativity, we will be able to create proper management of our resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the majority leader and the minority leader for this initiative. I thank you.
Thank you. Member for Sotik.
Mr. Speaker, I also arise to support this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I would like to thank the House leadership for the role they have played in this amendment. And more particularly, I want to thank the chairman of NGCDF for the role he has played for the last 1 year in office. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that we thank our president of this country, who, in his address this year, he gave us a lot of goodwill. He mentioned, remember, Mr. Speaker, that as the member of parliament in Sugoi, in Eldoret North, he was able to do a lot of development projects in that region. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the future of NGCDF now, after this passage of this amendment, has a lot of future, the bright future, because now we can see our children going to school. Now we can see the projects we are proposing in our constituency going to see the light of the day. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about Sotik constituency. For the last 1 year, Mr. Speaker, I can say, and I'm proud to say that my people have benefited from NGCDF. And anybody, Mr. Speaker, who is opposed to this NGCDF fund is opposed to the people, to the poor, the poorest of the poor, who have benefited from this fund. Mr. Speaker, I want to say the few projects I've managed to do in my place. Mr. Speaker, the committee of Sotik constituency have been able to sponsor several students to acquire skills in TVET institutions, and mainly from the poor families. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, I have about 52 students whom I sponsored to go to NITA in Kisumu, and they are now under attachment. And one of the things which I have seen, Mr. Speaker, is that those students who are in Kisumu and are on attachment are already being offered jobs in whatever they have done. I want to single out those who have gone for TVET training, and specifically those who have gone for the training on tiling. Mr. Speaker, those students are now getting employment even before they finish. Mr. Speaker, we have supported orphans, total orphans in Sotik. And those children could not have seen the light of the day in my area. And I'm very grateful. And God knows that we have assisted those poor people who are not going to see anything. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention also that we are now embarking, and as a committee and my constituency, we are now embarking on day schools. Day schools, Mr. Speaker, are going to be the future of this country. Because why? Because we have students who cannot afford to go to boarding schools are going to go to day schools. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I am very happy, and we want to thank all those who have brought this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This chance now goes to the member for Narok North.
The man. God.
Is the member for Igembe North in the house? Igembe North. I asked for Igembe North if he's in the house. Go ahead, Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this bill. This bill is a very important bill because it touches the NGCDF funds. And this is a fund that means a lot to the communities that we represent in this house. These funds are funds that has helped the community to construct schools, and that's why most of our children are not learning under trees. Because if it were not for this money, some of our children would have been under the trees learning because they have no money to construct classrooms. And this is the funds that the community really feel at the grassroots levels. They feel they are part of it because when we go for the public participation, it is the communities that decide on what their priorities are. So for those who are opposed to these funds, I really wonder what they think about it. Because if it were not for these funds, most of our children would have not been to school. Because this is the funds that we give, that helps the students to go on with their education because of the bursaries that they get from the funds. And now that the money can now be used to help the primary school, I think the money will go further and help the children that come from very poor families. And by so doing, these children will also enjoy the same rights that are enjoyed by the students that come from families that can take care of their school fees and can also construct classrooms. For that reason, I want to thank the leadership of this House, both from the minority and the majority, for coming up with the amendments of this bill. And so I support the bill and I support the amendments. And thank you for giving me that opportunity. I support.
Honourable members, you know how I preside. So stop walking to the chair. Honourable Mulyungi was walking to the chair and is the next online to come and ask for a chance, yet you've queued all this time. This is your chance now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your kindness and for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this bill. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the majority leader and the minority leader for bringing this bill to the floor of the House. This bill is timely and it was overdue because of the attack on CNDF by busybodies. Mr. Speaker, CNDF was an innovation. It was exemplary, and if you fly around the country, the only development projects you see deep inside the villages are icons of NG-CNDF. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support these amendments because these amendments are going to cushion attack on NG-CNDF by the busybodies who have been taking CNDF to court. This will never happen again, and I want to send a warning to them that they can go back to their drawing board and find out what they can do next, but not on CNDF. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the amendments that separates projects to be done by CNDF under the national government and those done by the county government. Further, Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment that the term of committee members for CNDF be changed from 2 to 3 so that they are aligned to the term of Parliament. Because when there were 2 years, then the 2 terms will expire shortly before the elections. Now it will be much easier because it will be in between. Further, Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment that the CS has no role in appointing members of the board of CNDF. Members of the board will be competitively advertised and appointed by the Public Service Commission and brought to the House for approval. So the CS, it will never be political as it has been in the past. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the proposal that the allocation for the NG-CNDF for each constituency shall never be below the previous year. It will always continue growing year in and year out. And if the government does not have money, it will remain static. It can never go below. And therefore, this cushions us as parliamentarians in planning our constituencies for future development. Mr. Speaker, if I go specific to my constituency, I have a total of 365 schools, primary and secondary. And in all those schools in the constituency, you'll find a project funded by CNDF. And in majority of those schools, you find that most of the schools have been completed by CNDF. Mr. Speaker, moving forward, you realize that most of these members of parliament will have built all the schools with the time and completed them. And moving forward, what they will be doing is expanding the schools. And Mr. Speaker, in the new proposal that is coming with the committee, by the committee of NG-CNDF, I'll be moving a proposal to increase bursary from 35% to 50% at least, so that when we are done with development, you can now deal with bursaries, because you will have done with constructing classrooms. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Sirisia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance also to join my colleagues who have contributed on this very important bill, NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, first I want to thank the two leaderships of the House, the majority Leader Honorable Ichung'wah and Opiyo Wandayi, for coming out boldly for bringing this bill. The Speaker, for a very long time, in, out, the NGCDF has been in court, and I also want to thank the President for his boldness, because he was also a member of Parliament, and he used his CDF when he was a member of Parliament. He supervised it well, and many projects, when you pass, like me, I pass on that road for many years, I used to see. CDF has done a lot, Honorable Speaker. Until now, it has created a lot of jealousness from the governments, because the sponsors of this in courts, Honorable Speaker, is the governments. The governors are the ones who sponsor people to go to court because of what CDF has done. CDF gets little money, maybe 100 to 200 million, but county governments get billions of money. But all over the country and all over the world, Honorable Speaker, you have seen even other countries sending their parliamentarians to come and benchmark here in Kenya, Kenyan Parliament, to see how CDF is being used. Madam Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is nowhere where you can see the member of Parliament either on the committee of CDF or sharing the revenue of CDF. There's nowhere, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the CEO of CDF, Mr. Mbuno. From the time I came here, I've seen that him and his committee manages these monies very well. And I also want to thank the CDF committee for the good work under the chair, Honorable Sirima, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think this is the only money that the Kenyan people can speak of. This is the only money, Honorable Speaker, that has done a lot of work in terms of building schools, in terms of building administration offices, in terms of paying bursary fees for our children. And this is the only money when you ask the poor mwananchi out there, he or she will only tell you that they know CDF. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, the CDF money is seen everywhere. There are many projects, Honorable Speaker, that have stalled since the devolution came in place. And we are proud, me in particular, I'm proud of NGCDF money, Mr. Speaker, because you can count, you can be proud of, you can show if somebody.
Thank you. Member for Butula.
Thank you,
Don't
Honorable.
overlook it. In future, you should contribute at least looking up a bit so that you can see the light.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, being a member of the CDF committee, I am proud to be associated with these changes. Honorable Speaker, you will note that the CDF has had a lot of threats from other sources because of the act. And the realignment of this act, Honorable Speaker, is going to assure the wananchi the life of the CDF. Having gone out for public participation, Honorable Speaker, the first question you got from the wananchi was, are you coming to increase the amount of the CDF, or what are you coming for? They were not prepared to hear anything other than an increase in the funding of the CDF. So that shows how important CDF is to the ordinary mwananchi outside there. A lot of development has taken place in many areas because of CDF. The constituencies have become a platform for national government development because of the CDF. The mwananchi now can look around, and in some constituencies like mine, you will not see any project sponsored by the county government. Any project you see in the constituency is a CDF project. And therefore, realigning this act to make sure that CDF is not threatened again is a very important move that this House must fully support. Honorable Speaker, the constituencies have benefited. The changes that have come up in this bill are very important. If you look at the appointment of the board, if you look at the position of the member of parliament in the oversight committee, which was creating a threat to the CDF, all those have been removed for the purpose of ensuring that the CDF is not threatened again. So, Honorable Speaker, I wish to support this bill wholeheartedly and ask honorable members to give it a full support. The only area we missed, Honorable Speaker, we should have increased or proposed an increase of the funding from 2.5% to 5% in this bill. But I think it's something that can be looked into in further amendments in future. But as far as we are concerned now, I believe we will not have any threats, and I'm sure those who are lining out opposition to the CDF will now feel threatened. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Bomet, Honorable Lynette Chepkorir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to rise and contribute. First of all, I want to congratulate the Honorable Chair of the committee, the leader of my majority and the minority for this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the NGCDF. It has really impacted a lot in the community in matters development. I want to talk about the education sector, which has really assisted us through the bursaries. I know we have very many students outside there that they have been beneficiaries of these bursaries, and they have been able to sail through their education because of the bursary. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, I am one of the beneficiaries. I remember when I was in high school, I really faced a lot of challenges in terms of school fees. And because of CDF, I was able to complete my Form 4 and went to the university. When I was in the university, Mr. Speaker, it was also the same case. But I benefited from the bursary. I was able to be in the school, and I was able to go through my studies. So I want to say NGCDF has really assisted our learners. Most of us, we are beneficiaries, we are now leaders. There are pilots outside there. Most of the people have been great people in this country because of CDF. Again, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk of the building of classrooms. It has really assisted building the classrooms, which in return, it has enabled learners to be to study in a very conducive environment. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the amendment that there should be NGCDF. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Igembe South, Honorable Paul Murigi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to support the amendment bill of NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, NGCDF has done a lot within our constituencies, Mr. Speaker. And also the project which we have undertaken within our constituencies are projects, Mr. Speaker, which are live, which people can see, Mr. Speaker, and which has also meant many to envy NGCDF until some took us to court. So the action which our majority leader and deputy majority leader, Mr. Speaker, have taken to entrench this NGCDF in law is something which will make this fund to go far, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for example, in my constituency, Igembe South, this fund has enabled me to be elected the second time, Mr. Speaker, because of the allocation of the bursaries, Mr. Speaker, which we give the less fortunate families, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this NGCDF has helped many vulnerable students or pupils, Mr. Speaker, to acquire education, Mr. Speaker. And this has helped our community, Mr. Speaker, to raise to a level where if this fund was not there, Mr. Speaker, they wouldn't manage to be where they are currently, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, most of the schools, or many schools, Mr. Speaker, within my constituency, the learners who are taking their education, Mr. Speaker, under 3. But through this NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, we have built many classrooms within this constituency. We have enhanced security, Mr. Speaker, through building of security facilities, Mr. Speaker, where also we have managed to bring security near the people of Igembe South constituency, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this NGCDF being enacted to law, Mr. Speaker, it will also create a defense where who are anything or who are not happy when this fund is being utilized by the members of this House, Mr. Speaker, to work for the people, they will not get in a room, Mr. Speaker, to take us to court again, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this fund is good, and I see a situation where this fund will also be increased because, like in our constituencies, some of the constituencies have many primary school, many secondary schools, Mr. Speaker, and even many administration offices within our constituencies, Mr. Speaker, whereby this fund, if it will be increased, it will do a lot for our people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, being the member of this constituency, Gembe South Speaker, if or were it not for the NGCDF, the people of Gembe South constituency, I wouldn't manage to be elected the second time, Mr. Speaker. So this fund is working. This fund, Mr. Speaker, is doing marvelous within our constituency. And I would like to end, Mr. Speaker, by wishing my students who are going to do their KCSE, KCPE, at GSS exam all the best in the exam. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Member for Suba South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this important amendment bill. Let me begin by paying tribute to Honorable Muriuki Karue, the initiator and the founder of the concept of Constituency Development Fund. Unfortunately, he was not even rewarded by a second term, but I think he left an idea that will last for a very long time in the history of our country, and which has impacted very positively on so many lives. We give honor and praise to him. Honorable Speaker, I think the big contention has always been the role of MPs in the management of NGCDF. I think now there's a lot of clarity that that role is limited to oversight. And even before then, I think there was a lot of misunderstanding. If you look at a lot of political systems, especially the parliamentary ones, the members of parliament do even budget planning and also exercise oversight within parliament. So I think for a long time, we were not understanding how this fund works properly, and hence there are necessary litigations in the past. Be that as it may, I want to highlight a few issues on the proposed amendment bill that I think probably we need to relook at. I'm very happy that a component of the fund could be used to support sporting activities in the constituency. But there's always been a problem that cash rewards are not part of the eligible expenditure under the NGCDF. This really demotivates the young men who engage in sporting activities. And I think the government now has come up with something called Talanta Hela, where you monetize your talents. I think giving uniforms is not as good as giving cash rewards, where some of these young people could even use the money to buy school items or to support themselves by way of paying fees. I think we need to relook at this, and we need to cap it. We need to agree on a limited amount of the 2% that is being allocated that should be given away to young people as cash reward in sporting activities. With respect to environmental activities, I would suggest very strongly that we need to refocus this to target schools, especially on climate change mitigation measures by encouraging schools to plant fruit trees also as part of the school feeding programs, and also trees in certain areas that can be used for commercial purposes to help finance other activities in the schools, than just leaving it generally as for environmental programs. I think those environmental projects should be tied to schools and to climate change mitigation measures. Thirdly, I think we need to strengthen the local takeaways on CDF projects by keeping as much money as possible within each constituency, be they the bursary or be they the contracts that are being awarded for people to undertake CDF projects. I think that will be truly giving life to the spirit of devolution by retaining the money within the constituencies. I'm very happy to notice that this amendment finally will allow us to acquire machinery and equipment. This will be so important for road projects, as well as creating sports fields. When you go to a lot of schools, they need to be graded. If we could align this with the funding arrangements with KERA, we will save a lot of money. If constituencies can have their road maintenance equipment, much of the KERA funds would then probably be used just for fueling, and we would do more roads. I think this is a very positive development where we can now get road grading equipment for our constituencies. I would also like to appeal that we look at this and agree to support faith-based learning institutions. I think there are many schools started by churches that are currently excluded from CDF support, even madrasas and other learning institutions that we need to support that are also very important. I see a very bright future for CDF, and I hope one day it will be extended to give direct economic empowerment to the youth, where it will even have a loan component for group activities. With those many remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Member for Kwale.
Basi niseme asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi pia napenda kuingia katika kumbukumbu za kuweza kupigia upatu na kuipatia kongole mswada huu ulioko mbele ya bunge hili ambao umeletwa na vinara wetu wa bunge hili la kitaifa, kinara wa wengi na kinara wa wachache wa bunge hili, na wapatia hongera kwa kuweza kuleta marekebisho kidogo ya kuweza kufanyisha mswada huu kuingia katika kuwa wa kikatiba au kuoana na katiba yetu ya taifa hili la Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa ya NGCDF, mimi kama mama county Kwale ninaifurahia na naipenda. Ninapoona wajumbe wangu wakiwajibika kuwafanyia miradi watu wa Kwale. Kwanza, pesa ile ambayo inafanyiwa miradi inamfaidisha mwananchi wa Kwale kupunguza umaskini ulioko pale. Zile biashara tu zinazofanywa na NGCDF pale ni biashara ambayo imebaki katika eneo lile la Kwale na imefaidisha kina mama na vijana wengi sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, ujio wa pesa ya NGCDF kwa kusema ukweli imemaliza umaskini mashinani. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wa nyuma sisi tukiwa tunasoma, wazazi wetu walikuwa tulipie ile school fees au ile karo, unalipa kila kitu. Ujio wa NGCDF, Mheshimiwa Spika, ninautambua na nauona ni wa maana sana. Na kupitia njia hii, wanafunzi wengi kutoka lile eneo la Kwale ambao wametoka familia maskini, ambao wasingeweza kuona elimu kama si ujio wa NGCDF. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi napenda pia kuunga mkono marekebisho haya, na pia niseme nimefurahishwa na ibara ya 19A ambayo inasema waziri hawezi kumaliza kazi yake wakati ameappoint wale board members wamechaguliwa. Lazima wataletwa katika bunge hili waweze kupigwa msasa na wabunge ili waweze kuidhinishwa kuweza kufanya kazi. Hii najua pia ni nafasi ambayo ingeachiwa mawaziri, basi wangechagua girlfriends wao, wangechagua marafiki zao, wangechukua watu wao wa karibu. Lakini bunge hili linavyolitambua vile linavyofanya kazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, pole. Pole Mheshimiwa Spika, najua nimekukwaza. Naomba msamaha.
Hujanikwaza, nauliza kama waziri pia anaweza kuwa waziri wa kike.
Asante kweli Mheshimiwa Spika, anasema inaweza kuwa ni waziri wa kike. Waziri wa kike pia anaweza kuleta rafiki yake wa kiume au akaleta boyfriend yake. Lakini bunge hili linavyolitambua, Mheshimiwa Spika, vile linavyofanya kazi yake, litapiga msasa na kuweza kuleta watu ambao watawajibika kuweza kuangalia pesa ile inavyofanya kazi, ili kuonekane kuna uwazi na usawa katika pesa ya NG-CDF. Pesa hii ni pesa ya serikali na lazima tuitunze. Katika ile sehemu yetu ya oversight, lazima tuhakikishe pesa ya umma imeweza kutumika vizuri, kwa njia nzuri na kwa njia ambayo haina mapendeleo kwa wengine. Mheshimiwa Spika, anasema asante sana. Mimi ni mama county Kwale, lakini naipigia upatu sera hii. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to support the amendment to this NG-CDF. Mr. Speaker, this fund has been proven to be the only fund that has effectively reached the common man down there. The community has really benefited from this fund, and I'm wondering why someone would be opposing it, taking into consideration the number of students who've been aided by the bursary that is normally given through CDF money. Mr. Speaker, the scope that is undertaken by the NG-CDF is quite important to the wananchi, because things like environment, security, and classrooms that are normally constructed and renovated by NG-CDF, everybody can see. And I wonder why can't these people who are opposing it can't go around the country, conduct a survey, and see the impact, and try to ask the wananchi whether that fund is effective. And I believe if they could only do that, they can see that these funds are the only funds that are effectively felt by wananchi down there. Actually, Mr. Speaker, going forward, I wish that even the scope and the funds could be increased to support more socio-economic activities by wananchi. I believe that if it is done, the classrooms that were deplorable in our constituencies could be made aesthetically conducive for the learning atmosphere in these schools of ours. Mr. Speaker, I wish the person who introduced this, and I am proud that he came from my county, could be awarded a medal, because this is the only fund that members of this House can agree with me that can go all the way to reach that poor kid in our constituencies, to realize his dream of going to school, of undertaking a course. Because, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have revived a TVET that had gone down, and by sponsoring some students to go and undertake these technical courses, I have a dream that those students that could have gone down to drunkenness and maybe becomes thieves and useless people, now they are going to that TVET after sponsoring them using these funds, and this would be a game changer to these students. Mr. Speaker, I wish that this can continue, and like I said, I wish it can be even added more funds. Mr. Speaker, I support and wish that those who are opposing it, the busybodies, could undertake a survey and see the impact it has to the people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kaiti.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this important amendment. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the good job they have done to come up with such amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I talk of NGCDF funds, I know, Mr. Speaker, the NGCDF, how it's benefiting the people, Mr. Speaker. When I go back to my constituency, Mr. Speaker, when I joined Parliament 2017, I know how I've transformed the constituency through these NGCDF funds, Mr. Speaker. And the work we are doing with this money, it's helping the community. Mr. Speaker, when you talk of these JSS classes, Mr. Speaker, our students, our pupils are suffering, Mr. Speaker, and there is a lot of commotion in our schools. And this is the time we rush and help our people, because we are operating on a hardship, Mr. Speaker. When you see the economy, where the economy is, Mr. Speaker, it's only CDF which will rescue our people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to talk to those who are against, Mr. Speaker, these amendments, and tell them that it's a plus to us as members of Parliament. We are looking on how we can improve the living standards of our people. And one way we can improve our living standard of our people is through education. Education, Mr. Speaker, is key. And I know how people are suffering down there in the villages, Mr. Speaker. And when we take initiative, Mr. Speaker, and support these people through infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it will change someone's life, Mr. Speaker. If I can get an example, Mr. Speaker, I toured to my constituency last week, and I went through my schools, and I have over 182 schools in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, every school is Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, someone is sabotaging me. I don't know who is that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that out of 182 schools, Mr. Speaker, if I went around to those schools, and you get every school is in need of a class, a renovation, and they are looking at the member of parliament. And this money, CDF, NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, is helping our people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the amendment and say that we even need more money in the CDF, because the only project you go down to the constituency, when you go around, you just hear, this is made by NGCDF. This school was built through CDF. And it's only the projects you can show in our counties and in our constituencies, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when you go to other areas, like you go to other constituencies, you get that people are traveling to a far distance to look for education. And we are here now, Mr. Speaker, as I can urge my colleagues, we support these projects. We need even to do more classrooms. We need to build new schools. We need also to come up with new projects in our communities to help our people, because education is only the tool which can change a community, which can change a family, which can change an individual, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because I know how education can do. We are giving scholarships in our constituency, Mr. Speaker. I remember, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I took some students who had no parents, total orphan, Mr. Speaker. I supported them last parliament. And as we are speaking now, they are working with one of the top organizations in this country, Mr. Speaker. They are giving back to the society. When I went to the village over the weekend, I met them, Mr. Speaker, and they had a rambi to help a primary school where they came from, Mr. Speaker. And that is a plus. That's something we can walk happy about it, Mr. Speaker, because they are proud of our constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to thank the committee and I support.
Thank you. Member for Loima. Is that member for Loima? It's not there. The next in line is the member for Central Imenti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I hereby stand to support this bill, this amendment, the bill of CDF. Only to say that this bill is timely and it has been brought at the right time because, Mr. Speaker, sir, CDF has been fought in different fronts by people who are really so much anti-development in the rural areas. CDF has assisted the most unfortunate and less fortunate people in the society, especially where we have people who benefit from bursaries in day schools. Once upon a time, there was a time when there used to exist only boarding schools. And at that time, most of the poor families, students were denied a chance to attend a secondary school or high school education. And when it came to the day schools, it came as a savior to the rural society. And then when CDF was allowed to be used to assist the day school students, at least to exist in those schools, for feeding programs, because other things are being met by the government, as it is said, really it has played a great role. In my constituency per se, I cannot profess or say that there is anything which I have seen during my lifetime being carried out by the central government or the national government. No projects at all, not building an office of the chief, assistant chief, or a school, other than one building which houses the DCC, only one during my lifetime, because see, I'm not young. Mr. Speaker, it's only through CDF that things have started taking shape in the constituency, that now you can find that there is upcoming offices, new buildings, structures, either of the chiefs, assistant chiefs, DOs, what you call ACC, or schools, or labs, or anything else which can be traced to the national government through CDF. The amendments which have been inserted in the CDF Act are very important because, as they are giving it some strength to withstand the storm on being taken to court now and then by activists who are really so much against CDF and who always profess that there is conflict of interest when it comes to the separation of powers. But as it is now, if it is passed as it is, the public is going to be a great beneficiary of the same without getting worried that the projects which have been started are going to be left halfway because of court orders or because of other threat from those activists who live in the major towns and doesn't know what takes place in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, this act needs to be supported by any mindful Kenyan who think of our people who live in the rural areas and the less fortunate one, because they have no other access of any national resource other than through CDF. I thereby support the bill wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And with the same breath, I wish the people who are doing the students who are doing the KC, the secondary school and junior secondary school education as examination this time, success in my constituency, and tell them that let them do their best to see that CDF has really done a lot of work to maintain and keep them in those secondary schools. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Rangwe.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker and the son of Siaya. We appreciate the good work that you're doing. and I rise to support these particular amendments to the NGCDF Act. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak in the shortest time with a lot of emotions concerning NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, anybody who has had any intention, ill or well, on CDF should make a trip. These people should make a trip, come to Rangwe constituency and see what NGCDF has done. They should make a trip and come to Rangwe constituency and see sons and daughters of ordinary Kenyans, peasant farmers, children whose parents are not able, learn in classrooms that look like classrooms that are found in group of schools, Honorable Speaker. Oh, mighty NGCDF. NGCDF, Honorable Speaker, has made it possible for the son and daughter of an ordinary Kenyan in Rangwe constituency and in other constituencies across the country, Honorable Speaker, to get bursaries that would mitigate on their financial needs as they go to school. We know very well that education is an equalizer. And even if it doesn't equalize, Honorable Speaker, education exposes you, opens up your mind, and makes you somebody. This is what I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that if there is anything, if we must align NGCDF to the Constitution, and better still, if we can make it to be part of the supreme law of this land, we should go out of our way as Kenyans to put this particular fund in our Constitution so that the naysayers, the evil-minded people who don't want the children of our people to succeed should be ashamed, as we would find it there and they will never remove it forever. Honorable Speaker. Oh, mighty NGCDF, have they been to Rangwe, Honorable Speaker? They are going to find a sub-county headquarters, beautiful, with a nice structure, where my SUC, DCC, and the cohort of all government officials are going to be hosted. Beautiful structure because of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, if it is not for NGCDF, Nyarut Primary School, in the middle of nowhere, but close to the lake, would not have classrooms that are tiled, where my girls are able to mop the floor, feel important, learn in a clean environment. Honorable Speaker, if it is not for NGCDF, Nyandiwa Primary School, Nyando Primary School would not be in the condition that they are in now, Honorable Speaker. If there are any amendments, I would support them without thinking. I would support them without even reading. There are a few things that I normally leave to Raila Amolo Odinga to decide for me. But for this particular one, I know we will do it together, Honorable Speaker. He will agree, I will also agree. I don't even need to read it. What I care is that NGCDF remains intact, and better still if we could even increase the amount. Honorable Speaker, each and every student or pupil in Rangwe sub-county, Rangwe's constituency for that matter, you just need to apply with Mirni March. When you apply with Mirni March, Honorable Speaker, and Mirni March is French, which is also allowed to be spoken in this house. You apply, you are needy, you are given. Period. Simple. I urge my colleagues, as I end, please let us do our oversight role so that this fund is used well. It should be increased so that more and more children of vulnerable families can go to school and also become responsible Kenyans. Any student who is doing their exams in Rangwe constituency in the upcoming exams, and all other Kenyan students, I wish you well. Success is your portion, and God is on your side. I appreciate you and I celebrate you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, sir.
You agree with me that Dr. Gogo has spoken for almost all of us, if not all of us, on this matter. And during the days when we could decide this would be a very good point to do the do. But let me give this chance to the member for Turkana East.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this chance to...
There is a point of order from the Deputy Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand under Standing Order 95.
Allow her to move her motion, then you can
Yes,
do
under Standing Order 95. And I feel this matter has been debated well. I call the mover to reply. Thank you.
Of the House, that the matter be called upon to reply.
No.
Could I put this to question? Looking at the list I have here, I only have 4 people who want to contribute on this bill, and they're done. So I would use the same standing order, the Honorable Naomi, to give these 4, then we'll call them out to reply. And I'd request the 4 so that we meet midway. When you get a chance, you take a short time so that we are able to also take care of the interests of the leadership. Because you can imagine, they have also been sitting here for the last 2 hours waiting for this. So allow them that opportunity. Don't Nicolong. And before you speak, the member behind you, I would like to know his name. Just say without a mic. Because we cannot see you. You'd have actually come ahead of the Ngolong, but we cannot see you on the map or on the board. If you could put your card again. Go ahead, Honorable Ngolong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to add my voice on this important amendment bill on this important fund of NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, I fail to understand what are the busybodies who are fighting this fund. Mr. Speaker, I believe the issue of NGCDF, it might be a thing which has become a threat to other development partners or even the development function money, whereby because the NGCDF, they have done a lot through the little money, because if you see, you compare the 2.5% against the 290 constituencies and the 15% of the total budget for this country against the 47, NGCDF, they have, through the management committees, they have done a lot. And maybe the busybodies, they are being sponsored by those who are supposed to do other development in other parts of this country. And that's why most of the time, you find that people, they are rushing to court to talk about NGCDF. So, Mr. Speaker, it is our time now to find out what is all this. We need these busybodies to be incorporated into the public participation on these matters to do with the creation of so many things which we need to put into NGCDF fund, so that they stop disturbing us. Instead of talking how we can add money into NGCDF, we continue talking about NGCDF in a negative way. Mr. Speaker, if you go around this country, I believe if you can take these people who have gone to court to go to every constituency in this country, these people, they can be even thrown sons to death by the public, because what the public they are getting, this is the only money the common mwananchi is managing. The money they make, they decide projects by their own. It is the only money. Talk of this 85% which is remaining here in the national government. It is run by the executive. Talk of the devolution money going to counties. It is run by the executive. It is only NGCDF that it is run by the common mwananchi. And that's why when we talk about this fund, we talk of a reality. We talk of something which is touching the life of our people day and night. Because when you go to those villages, you can go to a village, in the county I come from, we receive about 13 billion But go to some villages, you can get NGCDF project, but not a county project. That tells us that NGCDF is very important in our development in this country, and we need as members of parliament to support NGCDF by all means. Even if it's the way the honorable member Voronge has said, it is our time now to make this thing to go into law, so that we forget about it and continue talking about development issues than talking about this issue, which is very important to our people. For those few remarks, I wish also to say I stop there, and I wish all the students in my constituency who are doing their exams best of luck in their exams, and let them do it with God, and all of them, they will come out successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Lokumontari.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues supporting this bill. Honorable Speaker, CDF has touched lives of very many people. More so, Mr. Speaker, in some areas which are marginalized for a very long time, we are now able to come almost closer to where the rest of Kenyans are. And Mr. Speaker, the schools in our constituencies have classrooms and all the infrastructure courtesy of CDF. And Mr. Speaker, the NGCDF for about more than 10 years ago, we have seen a lot of improvements in terms of development. And Mr. Speaker, the children who are coming in nowadays from humble backgrounds are able to go to school because of CDF. And Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill because we really need to align the CDF to the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, in Kenya, there are a lot of inequalities in our country. And the CDF has reduced the gap, Mr. Speaker. That even if maybe our constituency may not get funds from even the ministries, at least we have the CDF. And there are so many funds, Mr. Speaker, in every department of national government, but not all the constituencies will be able to get the same funds. And when this CDF came into play, we are able to have development. Mr. Speaker, the only thing I have seen when it comes to budgeting of CDF, we are now using the wards, and that one has disadvantaged some areas because of the wards, the number of wards in a certain constituency. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the constituencies which have few wards, they are also behind in terms of development. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, if maybe we can look at it later so that the CDF will be used by the constituency instead of wards, then it will help us, Mr. Speaker, to improve in terms of development and infrastructure in our schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this. And Mr. Speaker, it is a very good idea which has come at the right time, and it will help in terms of development in Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Better South. If we could avoid repetition, would really move very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to put my voice on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the majority and minority leader for coming up with this bill, which is a very, very important bill to the citizens of this country. I want to thank the committee on NCDF for even taking public participation regarding this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill because NCDF, Mr. Speaker, is the only fund which is felt on the ground. Mr. Speaker, those who are opposed to this fund, I would say there are also witnesses that it is actually performing what it is supposed to do on the ground. It is the fund which is being felt, and they are opposing it not because it is not helping the citizens of this country, but because of other reasons, which I may say are more political than any social or economic. Mr. Speaker, this fund is so important that the citizens of this country, they actually don't know the boundaries of this fund. They will come to the NCDF for support of anything, medical-related issues, even in burial, anything, Mr. Speaker, any problem facing the community, they come to NCDF and they seek for support. Even those who are in the county government, Mr. Speaker, you find they are asking CDF to support functions which are very much under the county government. For example, Mr. Speaker, you find a lot of our medical facilities are dilapidated, and the citizens of this country would wish that NCDF can be used in the same way you use it to build schools. We can use it to build dispensaries and hospitals. But Mr. Speaker, because of the role, the separation of powers, it cannot be used. I want to support this bill because it has clearly spelled out what NCDF should be doing for the citizens of this country and what the county government should do. It will help us as legislators, as MPs, to address the issues which concern us and also refer others which concern the county government. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee of NCDF because there are certain things which we have not been able to do with this fund, like buying machinery and equipment which are very necessary to support education sector. For example, in areas, the semi-arid areas, Mr. Speaker, you find that during the dry seasons, the schools don't have water. And yet, the fund is not allowed or was not permitted to buy water bowsers to supply water to schools because the supply of water would involve some kind of recurrent expenditure. But in Clause 7, Mr. Speaker, it is clear spelled out that the fund now can be used to buy machinery, equipment, and even vehicles, and also money can be set aside to support the recurrent expenditure for that. This would really help those who come from such areas like myself to support schools in supply of water. Mr. Speaker, this fund is very, very useful, especially to those vulnerable families, Mr. Speaker, where you find students are unable to complete their education due to lack of school fees. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, this fund, this particular year, has helped me to finance students of Form 4, those who would have dropped out at Form 4 to complete their education using bursary. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to wish those students from Bere South all every bit of success in their exams, and further to pray that when they go through this fund, we will still support them
Thank you, the member for Moyale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to start from the word go, that I've been a member of parliament for the last 1 year, but the CDF fund came to the constituencies in July. And within these 3-4 months, you will actually see a significant impact that was contributed by the CDF. And for that, I stand to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, CDF is one of the only equalizer that has actually tried to bring the country at the same level. There are areas which have been traditionally or historically marginalized, and it is through the CDF that we are bringing these countries at par and make them look like other parts of the country. And for that, I support the motion. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that the CDF projects are heavily taxed by the government. This is a government money, and the projects are taxed to the tune of 16% VAT. I think we need to revisit that, because that money is from the government, and there's no way in which the government will tax its own expenditure. It's not an income to other people, but it's actually, and that by taxing this money, what we have done is that we have actually cut on the value of the projects to be undertaken by the government. So I think we need to look at this issue, but the bursary is a noble thing, and it touches the lives of every household. Every household in the constituency is actually impacted by the activities of the bursary, which is very noble and is assisting lots of children who are not able to go to school otherwise. I also want to thank the chair of the CDF Committee of Parliament and also the Education Committee for negotiating with the Ministry of Health in bringing the infrastructure money fund to the CDF kitty so that we are able to contribute further to the constructions of schools. With those few remarks, I think I want to state that take the advantage of this occasion to wish all the students of Moyale constituency and the greater Marsabit County the best luck in the exams so that they will compete with the rest of the country. And those who will pass, go to secondary school, will definitely be getting funding from the CDF kitty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Umulher Harun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this chance to also contribute on the matter before the floor. And I also stand to support the bill. Myself, being a first-time member of parliament and a nominated member for that matter, I do not have any access to manage this particular fund, but I see the impact that it's having on the ground. And for the longest time, we have seen areas that have held the national resources and regions that have been left behind, but this fund has come in as an equalizer, and we have seen the numerous schools and institutions that have come up since then. And even as at now, regions like nomadic regions and assault regions are still lagging behind. And when other debates still come up, like the 1 man, 1 shilling issue, it's quite unfortunate because such funds have made quite an impact. And any other addition of funds to such regions would not only bring development, but also progress to people who've been marginalized and historically left behind. And speaking still on nomadic regions especially, because I come from a nomadic region and a predominantly Muslim community, where children are first enrolled in madrasas before they're enrolled in primary schools. It would be important that such a fund is expanded to also support institutions like the madrasas to allow more children to be accommodated into school when you talk of retention and also transition and further enrollment. And I'd also want to send one particular message to us as leaders who manage these funds, because we are human beings at the end of the day. And when we come from a heated election, we tend to own the funds and manage it like it's individual property. These are public funds, and cultures of the winner-take-all must not also come into place, because I engage with the young people in this country who tell me ABCD are the factors they are not able to access funds like the CDF. We should ensure that every child benefits from these funds and end the winner-take-all culture. I finally wish to congratulate all the candidates across the country and wish them all the best in the exams. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, it is true that this bill is very important in terms of development in our constituencies. But, Honorable Speaker, so that we protect this bill, the most important thing is we amend the Constitution to anchor this particular fund in the Constitution, so that even regimes that will come in the near future that may not buy the idea of CDF, then if it is anchored in the Constitution, then no one can interfere with it unless we have an amendment to the Constitution. So, Honorable Speaker, for me, that is a very important thing that, as a House, we must be able to follow up, so that we have this law that can serve not only the current generation, but posterity. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I have read the amendment. It is very progressive, but it has given us clarity, particularly on the role of the National Assembly in the oversight of this particular fund. Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that there is a committee called the COC, the Constituency Oversight Committee, which is established under the current regime of law. But now this particular amendment will give us clarity, so that we have a role as members of Parliament to independently oversight this particular fund, because for me, that is very important. Honorable Speaker, there is something that I've seen, which we must be able to look at critically when this bill comes to the second house. Honorable Speaker, in terms of sports activities, I do not see any reason why we should exclude cash awards. Honorable Speaker, every time we have a sports tournament in our constituency, we are told that, you can only give non-cash awards. Honorable Speaker, for me, it doesn't make sense, because if a tournament is a football tournament or any other tournament of sports is to make any sense, why can't we amend the law to enable us get a certain amount of money to be able to reward those who are playing? Honorable Speaker, the issue of non-cash awards for me is something that as a House, we must be able to look critically in the Committee of the Whole House and propose an amendment so that we include cash awards in terms of the sports activities. Honorable Speaker, I also allowed the provision that in terms of acquisition of vehicles or machinery, Honorable Speaker, I allow that because some of us come from communities where there are no access roads to schools. Honorable Speaker, you have to engage a contractor so that particular road is opened. So if that leeway is available so that you can be able to purchase machinery, then it will assist us to open up areas so that our young students, the pupils, can be able to access education without being tied down. Generally, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill, but with certain amendments when it comes to the Committee of the Whole House. Honorable Speaker, thank you. I wish the students, those who are sitting for KPSHare, KCPE, and KCSE in the constituency of Marakwet West, I wish them the very best in these forthcoming national examinations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finally, before the mover replies, this chance goes to the Honorable for Seme, the Honorable Nyikal.
Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank you for giving me this opportunity. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll try to be brief. What CDF has done is known to all of us. And it's also the most cost-effective fund that I've seen, including the main budget. And sometimes I wonder, instead of opposing it, why don't we actually use the same principle even in the bigger budget? Find a way, because this is the only fund where we are actually using less than 10% in recurrent expenditure. Others we are thinking of 30% accepting, while we have a fund where we are using about 10%. In that context, it has worked. Mr. Speaker, in education, in security, it has done a lot. For me, just like in your constituency, I've been able to put up a technical training institute, a medical training center, a teacher training college. And Mr. Speaker, all my schools now have tiled classrooms and electricity. Mr. Speaker, this thing has done. Across the country, when there are school functions, you see the yellow buses. All those yellow buses are actually CDF. Mr. Speaker, bursary and scholarship have made students, me have been in Parliament long enough that I've seen students who got bursary have gone to university and are now working, who otherwise would have not. It has done a lot. I therefore support this bill because, in fact, what it is trying to do in general is improving it. The first thing is to reaffirm that all it does is within the mandate of the national government. I like that. That is actually a great thing it is done. The other thing is that it's ensuring that the funds given never go beyond the last year, below the last year. That is what we will want. And Mr. Speaker, in clause 9, it is actually increasing the number of members that are in the constituency committee, which has been very hard for us to actually balance because of the need and the popularity of this. Mr. Speaker, it's also increasing the term of the constituency. So I think in general, it has done well. It has tied neatly the first meeting with the election. So again, that is what. Now, another important thing, and this one we'll have to look at, I wonder why we are linking we are assigning the selection or the appointment of the board to the Public Service Commission. That is the only one that I'll actually have to look in details. Do we really need to do that? But all the other proposals that are made, actually I support them. We lose sport a little bit, we lose a bit on environment, but I think in general, it is a good bill. We will look at the issue of the Public Service Commission and the appointment of the boards, and if there's need for amendment, we'll propose that. In general, Mr. Speaker, it's a good bill. I support it.
Thank you. Is the Honorable Majority Leader. There's a ranking member in the House. I don't know if you have heard his voice in a long time. I want you to allow him to do 2 minutes, and then he will speak. The Honorable Moroto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to join my colleagues by sincerely thanking those brains who sat and came up with this good bill. Mr. Speaker, I was here during Kibaki's time when we started this CDF. In fact, it's through Engineer Karue who brought it, and it was easy because the president himself accepted. And we started with 6 million. But you see, the little we had did a lot of groundwork by building schools, and by then it was even building even health centers. Mr. Speaker, it did well. And I want also to sincerely thank the current president because he came in and defended when some busy bodies wanted to destroy it completely. But now we are really enjoying and we are seeing some fruits or the work is coming up, especially now that the economy is so hard and parents cannot be able even to raise some fees, especially some areas where some of us come from, that is also areas with the hunger, and this kitty has really supported children. And in fact, I want to say, if we go by this and we improve it the way it is now, I know during the sitting, the whole hours, I know there will be some kind of amendments to improve it more. But otherwise, I really thank and support it totally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Majority Leader, this is now your chance to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me begin by thanking all the members who have contributed. In fact, Honorable Speaker, as I sat in the office listening through to the contributions, you can tell many of the members are indeed eager to have this bill enacted and become an act of parliament to safeguard the existence of NGCDF, not for the benefit of members of parliament, but for the benefit of millions of our constituents who depend on NGCDF for the rollout of development projects ranging from security in areas where there is insecurity to schools, the building of classrooms, increasing the transition of students from primary to secondary schools by ensuring that we have enough and adequate classrooms in our secondary schools, besides also ensuring that even the rollout of the junior secondary school education system under CBC has been properly rolled out. And this would not have been possible, Honorable Speaker, without the participation of NGCDF. Honorable Speaker, I've had concerns on the quantum of NGCDF. Many members appealing for increased allocations. Honorable Speaker, I know there are many who would have wanted this bill to have a prescribed percentage, and there were many representations to have an increased, an increment from 2.5, a minimum of 2.5 to 5%. And you know, Honorable Speaker, in the last parliament, I think it's the Honorable Makali Mulu, who had a legislative proposal in the form of a bill to increase that allocation from a minimum of 2.5 to 5%. But Honorable Speaker, as the wording says, it is a minimum, and nothing stops us as we pass and allocate resources during the budget making process from making, allocating percentages that are higher than that 2.5%. But of course, with the availability of resources being a factor. But also to assure members, Honorable Speaker, because of those concerns that have been raised, this bill at least guarantees that you shall never get money allocated for NGCDF that is less than what was allocated in the preceding year. For instance, if this year each constituency is getting about 170 million shillings, next year, irrespective of the revenue collected, we are safeguarding that you cannot get less than that 170 million. And therefore, that means that NGCDF amount can only be incremental year on year. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, let me beg to reply and thank the members. And I do hope that after the short recess of 1 week, we shall come back and have this bill progress to the Committee of the Whole and the third reading and become an act of parliament. And as I said in my contribution, it will in a big way address many of the concerns that have been raised even in our courts by many of the petitioners. And I also spoke to them to understand that NGCDF is not a fund for members of parliament. This is a fund of the national government delivering services to the people of Kenya who reside in our counties, who reside in our constituencies and our wards. And therefore is a fund that is indeed important and has in a big way changed the entire landscape of our development projects and programs across the country. There is not a single part of this country, Honorable Speaker, that you will go to and not identify projects that have been funded through NGCDF. And like Honorable Speaker, in the county governments, there are areas around the country where people don't even know devolution came. Almost 13 years after devolution, people are yet to reap the benefits of that devolution. They have not been able to see an ECD classroom. They have never seen a dispensary built by their county governments, not even a borehole project, Honorable Speaker. But in every corner of this republic, in all the 1,450 wards, not a single ward in this country can Kenyans show you a project funded by NGCDF. And indeed, this is the way to decentralize development in our country and ensure that development is equitable and is rolled over the entire country irrespective of your political affiliation, Honorable Speaker. You've seen the agitation amongst our MCAs for autonomy of their county assemblies and also for a ward development fund, something that I truly support on, because we have governors in some counties who imagine that MCAs should be acting like their lapdogs to sing songs of praise to them. And when they don't, then those MCAs suffer from development projects not being rolled out by their governors in their respective wards. And that's why we must also support the enactment of a ward development fund to go to the ward level, Honorable Speaker. Many of our members here will tell you that we are under immense pressure from residents because MCAs in our wards are not able to do roads, they are not able to do dispensaries, they are not able to be able to roll out even very simple projects in their wards because governors are not allocating resources to them, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply, and Honorable Speaker, as I reply, allow me to take this opportunity to wish all members, all these members who are here, and those who may have left ahead of us, a very restful 1-week recess. It's a working recess. I know many committees have indicated that they will be sitting throughout the week. I know the NGCDF committees will be working, especially to work on any proposed amendments, considering any proposed amendments. The Committee on Foreign Relations and Defense is in the vetting process, and many other committees of this House, Honorable Speaker, that are working within and without the precincts of Parliament. And allow me to wish all of them a good short recess, and hope to see all of us back to this House next Tuesday but one. Therefore, with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply, and I wish to request, Honorable Speaker, that you now invoke Standing Order 53.3 and defer the putting of this question to the next time when we sit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, members. I think, as the Honorable Leader has said, we defer the putting of the question on that matter to the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, report of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 12 constituencies in Kakamega County.
What's out of order, Honorable Bayer? Oh, the Honorable Leader, you have something to say. Give the mic to the mic.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, the issue that Honorable Owen Bayer wanted to raise, Honorable Speaker, I could raise it. It's really nothing out of order, only that the mover of the motions that follow, this one, Honorable Speaker, was left earlier. And therefore, we wish to request that you do stand down the next order.
Next order.
Order number 13, motion, inspection of various one-stop border posts in the Northern Corridor in the East African Community.
Honorable Speaker, in view of the time being 5 minutes to 7 when the House rises, I beg, Honorable Speaker, that we stand down also the order listed as order number 13, order number 14, order number 15, 16, order number 17, 18, order number 19, and order number 20. We stand down to the next sitting.
Very well, members. If that be the case, you know the rule is that there are being no other business to transact, members. Allow me to also take this opportunity to wish our candidates sitting exams next week the very best, and hope that they have had time to revise well.
Including my daughter.
And we wish them the best, including the Honorable Leader's daughter and my son too. Wish them the best in the exams. Members, time now being 6:56 p.m. This House stands adjourned until the Tuesday, 7th November 2023 at 2:30 p.m.